Sorry to do that, I imagine it is. All right, I think center case,
Mr. President, privilege of the floor.
granted.
I want to get us started off right. You know, Mr. President, if I could use this prop, it's very important. You see what this says? 28th year in a row that Lander wins the state 3A swim championship. Can you imagine that? It's a pretty incredible dynasty, and it's had turnover in coaches, you know, not meaning like coaches changed, but they evolved, and they got old and and new ones took over, and they did this for 28 years. That's a pretty incredible accomplishment. Thank you, Mr. President.
I'll make a note to the body. You know, when you see it from up here and you're blind, it looked like two B's straight. Second, for all of you, it's against the rules of the Senate to bring a newspaper onto the floor. You can do about anything else, but newspaper is strictly in our rules. Senator Dockstader.
I'm just happy the message was delivered by a newspaper.
Perfect. Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got to tell you, I'm a little bit offended by that because my grandson swam against that Lander team for about 6 years, and boy, are they tough. They're the real deal. Proud of them.
All right, so reports from the House. Do we have anything? Committee reports? Nothing. So we're right back to having fun again. Now, we've gone fast and we've gone slow. Let's see how this works. Amendment. I've got to work on my mind again. Give me just a second to square up here. Third reading amendment number 37 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 37, section 314, page 1, line 11, delete.
Senator Hicks. We're on 37.
Mr. President, barring any objections, I would like to remove third reading amendment number 37 to Senate File number 1.
Withdraw, or do you want to lay it back?
Withdraw.
Thank you. Without objection, third reading amendment number 37, the Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 38 to Senate File 1.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 38, section 315, line, beg your pardon, page 133, line 25, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 38 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable considerations. Member of the Senate, you should have one of these flow charts on your desk, and I will just, if you'll take a look at that, I will explain to you what the amendment does. So when I talked earlier, these are federal mineral royalties now, and these are how they're distributed. The amendment only deals with the very bottom line. And so you see where all that money flows down there, and it says FMRs over 200 million, and then it has the line that goes down before that, and it shows that the FMRs over 200 million, it says 2/3 of that amount to the left. Out of that 2/3 of that amount, $8 million goes to the University of Wyoming. The remainder of that 2/3 goes into the budget reserve account. And then there's another 1/3 of that amount of those federal mineral royalties that go into the school foundation program account. That's the way that works today, Mr. President. What the amendment does is just stops that flow to where you see FMRs over $459 million. So those two boxes won't exist anymore, and anything over $459 million is still distributed like anything over $200 million. So it just gets rid of that second tip for over 459, the 40/60. We're almost there already with the 200 million. It's just trying to simplify the budget, clean that stuff up. Historically, and my colleagues that have been on appropriations committee over the years, a lot of times that money never is there. We don't get over $459 million in federal mineral royalties. So this just says, any federal mineral royalties over $200 million are going to be distributed like they are now. 1/3 to the school foundation program account, 2/3 minus the $8 million will go to the budget reserve account. We have to leave that $8 million in there for the University of Wyoming because they've used that to pledge against bonds for projects at the University of Wyoming. Mr. President, I would ask for your favorable consideration on this amendment, and if there's any questions, I'll try to answer.
Further discussion, further discussion. Question being called. This is a voice vote, I think, right, Ellen? That look that way to you? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. It's failed. Division, ever in favor, stand, please. I think I read that kind of wrong. $24. I'm not even gonna make you stand on, do I have to make them stand on the other half, Ellen? No. Okay, thank you. Third reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1. Clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 39, section 316, page 103, after line 14, insert.
Senator Anderson.
Yeah, I got it. Mr. President, I move amendment number 39 to, third reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1. What we have here is a $150 million microscope that Thermo Fisher would like to have.
No names, please.
Pardon me?
No names, a big company.
Oh, okay. A microscope that a company would like to have us have. They will put 50% of it in kind, and we should come up with the other 75 million. Mr. President, this isn't quite vetted yet. In fact, I talked to the president of the UW, a trustee, the vice president of research, engineering director, and none of them knew anything about this, had not been consulted yet. They were not opposed to the microscope, but it did not go through the process. And I remember, I know you've heard today, and I quote, to honor the process. And this has not honored the process. It needs to be sent back to the University of Wyoming and have them vet this completely. We do not know the maintenance of this machine. We don't know what the costs are to operate it, and they need a little time to work that out and see if they want to bring it back. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, it's a bit more than a microscope, folks. It's a bevy of incredibly high-tech equipment that goes clear down below the microscopic, the molecular level in terms of looking at materials and doing research. The company that's looking to partner was one of many companies that partnered with the University of Wyoming and the state of Wyoming in establishing both the SER and the Center for the Study of Flow Through Porous Media. We have probably over $150 million to $200 million invested in that, in our money, as well as in partner money. Phase one of the partnership with this company is they gave us the initial equipment. Now a lot of that equipment's out of date, and it's been surpassed by other more high-tech equipment. So let me just kind of walk you through a little bit about what the Center for Study of Flow Through Porous Media is. So in 2012, there was a task force on energy, engineering, and STEM. The governor appointed it. Members of this body were on it, as well as some luminaries from industry. And this body set its cap on becoming a top research institution through the University of Wyoming. And the research is going to be focused in areas that are important to our legacy industries: oil, gas, coal, that sort of thing. And we built what's called the High Bay facility, and if any of you have not been through it, I'd suggest that when you find time, you do. It is absolutely, overwhelmingly incredible. They take core samples out of fields, run them up through an MRI, get a complete cross-section of it. Then they take oil, gas, water, et cetera, from that field. They take the core sample, put it inside a metal tube, and seal it in a chamber that pressurizes it and brings it to the temperature that it is at the depth from which that core sample came. Then they run the oil, the gas, the coal through, and they study the flow of that through the porous media. Rock is a porous media, obviously, because oil and gas comes out of it. And they go clear down to the electron microscope level, looking at what it is that plugs those pores, what is it that keeps those pores open so that oil and gas can continue to flow. So this is beyond secondary recovery, beyond tertiary recovery. This is unconventional recovery. 90% of the oil gets left in the ground. If you can just recover another 3 or 4% of it, you're talking about unlocking billions of dollars in value and in oil. And it's a big value for Wyoming. It's pure research. This is the only institute like it in the world. So when this center was established originally, it had a vision for 3 stages: establishment, operation years 1 to 6, growth, operation years 4 to 10, and commercialization. It's moved much faster than anybody anticipated. It's been a tremendous success. So this is the next stage of it, where with this, and I'll tell you what they're gonna do with this equipment. I wish I could say I understand it completely, but it's improving recovery of resources requires a deeper understanding of the physics governing the simultaneously flow of multiple fluid phases through complex pore and fracture spaces formed in the subsurface rocks at multiple spatial temporal scales. Researchers can probe reservoir rock characteristics, rock fluid interactions, flow dynamics at macro, micro, nano, and atomic scales to devise effective hydrocarbon production enhancement techniques tailored for Wyoming assets. And it goes on as to the spin-off of this is beyond just that type of research, and it will yield benefits across the university in chemistry, physics, advanced computer modeling and simulations, and mathematics. Now, the process. We heard in testimony from one of the trustees that the process doesn't start at the top with the trustees and other departments approving. It starts with this center, with the university's help, negotiating an agreement with the outside business partner, taking it up through the university's approval processes. That hasn't happened yet because they don't yet know whether they have a commitment of funds. And if a deal can't be reached that is appropriate and acceptable, then the funds never get expended. So first, they're waiting for us to make that commitment. It's the same thing with what we did on the Wyoming Gas Injection Initiative, Phase 1. We had to commit the $25 million before the deal could be negotiated, and only when the deal was negotiated and acceptable to the governor were the funds deployed. We're looking at the same thing here. The governor has the final say. There's quite a few pages here outlining what the process is that's to be followed. But ultimately, on page 137, university approval of all terms and conditions of the proposed partnership agreement shall be contingent upon approval of the same by the governor. So otherwise, they have to follow all the university's signature authority regulations and processes in order to approve the deal. So if it's not a good deal, the deal doesn't go, but first we have to know that we're willing to make a commitment. When this body made a decision, I was not there at the time, but when this body made the decision it was going to be a great research university, effectively we made the decision that we are willing to come to the table with partners from across the world to fund this kind of fundamental research that benefits Wyoming's core industries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rothfuss?
Discussion on the amendment. President Driscoll.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Great background on High Bay. You know, I truly believe in all our research projects to an incredible level, and I think they've brought lots of money, lots of research, lots of good companies into the state. But we seem to be in a process session this year, all the way across. We talked about processes, and I've got some real questions on how this came about. And by the way, don't get me wrong, I support and I think we need to do it, but I think there's a process. And, you know, kind of as I've seen it, I sat through part of a PROPS. I'd like to know who brought this. Did it come from UW? Did it come from wherever? Where'd it come from? Because I really haven't seen anything. I've talked to their people. I haven't heard anybody tell me that this was a high priority of theirs or see it when I watched the budget deals. Haven't seen any votes from trustees on it. You know, we've given the governor, the man downstairs, I'm violating my own rules. The man downstairs, I believe we gave him $100 million for this type of thing. It's unencumbered. I mean, we didn't put any stipulations on it, just said you got $100 million. Where's he at in this? Why hasn't he spent 75 million if he thinks that's appropriate? I think we've really got into a process that we're down to $75 million decisions on budget amendments. And I question if we're really doing the right thing for our constituents and everyone else as far as transparency and vetting when we're down to this level of the end of it. And I realize it got into the budget, but I did watch those budget hearings, and I saw nobody from any of our agencies or the university sitting in the chair in front of appropriations asking for this money. So I think we need to be really thoughtful about how we go about this. You know, we always need to do the right thing as far as doing these projects, but we need to be really thoughtful about the process and how they come forward. And sometimes they're, without talking about other things, we talk about micromanaging and getting into things. I managed to get into quite a lot of trouble here earlier this year, talking about what we do. And I really question where this came from and why it's here and how it got into the budget. Not that it's not a good project, because I support it. And I support High Bay unequivocally. Don't take anything wrong in the body that I don't support High Bay in our research at UW. But I really think there ought to be a process when they need funds like this that's not budget amendments or inserted into the budget. I think we have a thing called the Energy Authority that's set up to vet these as well. And I guess I don't know if they've looked at it or not either. Thank you.
Thank you, President Driscoll. For the discussion, Senator Jones.
Chairman Rothfuss, I have a little bit of information here that was given to me. It looks like this opportunity came about too late for the Board of Trustees to approve it. And there was some discussion that they tried to get it through the Wyoming Energy Authority as a large project, but their stipulation is that it needs to be a cash match, and this is actually an in-kind donation. So basically, this was a good way to get this amazing opportunity for the university. So I don't think anybody was trying to go around anything. It just came up late, and we're still trying to get it through in a timely manner. Technology goes so quick, so you know, I say it's a great opportunity. We should take advantage of it.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, and following up on that, technology does move fast, and this is not unprecedented. We had a similar circumstance a number of years ago when we were asked by the university to provide some funding support for the supercomputer that we located here in Cheyenne, and that has paid off big time for us because it has demonstrated that our climate, of all things, is such that this is a good place to do those kind of things, and we've developed other data centers and whatnot because of that breakthrough, Mr. President. In this case, let's look at the fundamentals here. of what we're doing. The detailed process is yet to come. Once we've said, yes, we're willing to do it, then you go through the expense and trouble of writing the deal to get it actually to happen. But the payoff here is major. We are talking about the future of our oil and gas business. You know, our future really is in recovering the oil from known oil fields and developing the techniques to do it. And this kind of basic research is essential to that process. And a lot of times basic research is funded by the federal government, but the federal government is hostile to the further production of oil and gas. We can't depend on anything coming from there. And there's an advantage here. Hopefully, we'll carry it all the way through and get a marketable process and valuable patents. But if we don't, and our basic research enables somebody else to do it, the real payoff for Wyoming is, for the state, increased tax revenue, severance and ad valorem from the increase in oil production, gas production that will result, and increased jobs from the continuation of our oil and gas business. This is the kind of opportunity in the past, and again, I cite that supercomputer. The legislature has been willing to take advantage of because the opportunity has come up, and it's just too good to pass up. So I think we ought to defeat this amendment and go ahead and support this effort at the university. It's in line with the strategy we've got at the university of being a very good, world-class research institution in some selected areas that are particularly important, Mr. President, to Wyoming and its future, on and against the amendment.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. You know, we had a great debate yesterday about, frankly, things that don't even measure up to what this is. You know, a lot of feelings flying back and forth. Well, now we have something that actually will directly benefit our state, research, things that we do here in the state of Wyoming, things that what we're about, helping the industry, helping university. And I think this is a positive thing for us. This is what moves us forward, not the divisiveness about DEI or whatever it may be. This is what moves us forward. So I stand against this amendment, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to really understand what this amendment does. First of all, I got to tell you, these microscopes, this one is, we're looking at here, they're amazing machines, and the one we have over there right now, we have clients from all over the world to come into SCR to put their core samples in there. It's an absolutely fabulous deal. And to take the next step to it, I think that's a good idea at some point here. But when I read this amendment, it looks to me like we're transferring the $75 million research budget, matching funds, strictly for this microscope at the expense of 3 pages of research projects. I'm not sure that's the right direction. I think maybe we can find $75 million to go buy this microscope at some point in the future if we don't do it today. But do we just turn our back on all the other research that the university is doing? I'm not sure this is the right idea the way it's written. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Senator Nethercott for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good senators, it sounds like, as you recall, I mentioned this in the initial explanation of the budget. And the reason why I did that was I thought it was worthy of your critical review. There was a question about the process for how it came to be. And of course, we're continuing to use those words because there is some ribbing back and forth between the body about perhaps the disparate application of when that matters and when it doesn't. And this would be one of those. So uniquely and for your benefit, this is not fully supported by your Senate JAC. Uniquely, the former chairman and the current chairman were excited for the same reasons you all are excited about this science, how hopeful for the future and defend our fossil fuel industry, hopeful for the future and focusing on the people and research going on into my beloved state university. I know I was excited about it. But this budget has been attacked page by page by page for having the longest Section 300s ever. I don't know if you've noticed how long this section is. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concern or the memo about legislating in the budget. I'm not sure if you've heard concerns about the process, but no, this was not presented as a budget item by our beloved state university. Why? It wasn't timely. It didn't get vetted with all of the other research projects in comparison, and I know that that has caused a great level of frustration on that campus because there were other projects certainly and other research projects that wanted to come forward. But we were excited about this one. We liked it. That's all it is. It was a personal preference by a couple of people on the committee. This is a $75 million appropriation from the general fund. I want you to think about all the things that we've cut in our conservative values. This is a large expenditure of funds. There's no contract underway. It is hopeful. It was not part of the governor's requested budget. Sorry, I said the governor. The chief executive's requested budget. The chief executive's office knew about this project, well aware for a long time. Didn't prioritize it. This was the whim of a couple of legislators and the excitement over this research. So I just want some clarity or some candidness about our commitment to the process, transparency, conservative budget, legislating in the budget, pages of Section 300s. I voted for this. I thought it was exciting. But I just need some ownership about that, and that's the piece, and that is the question that was asked. How did this come before the JAC? That's how it came privately. Not part of an agency's budget. It's created, like I said, discontent. But it's important for everyone to know that reality and the inconsistencies that we're making for this budget. And I feel the need to provide some clarity on that topic. And you know that I will. Thank you.
Further comments? Senator Anderson? What? Senator Kinski, excuse me, I confused who the sponsor was.
Thank you. So first of all, the question about the governor and where he was on this and the process, the governor initially met with the potential contributor and the director of the center, and they were directed to the WEA because there's, as we know, there's millions of dollars there. And we lost precious time because it turned out that the WEA could not accommodate it because the way we wrote that statute, you cannot respect in-kind contributions, which this is, millions of dollars worth of in-kind equipment. So that was, so then by the time we finally get all that figured out, it's budget hearing time. And in fact, there were budget hearings. First of all, there was one that involved the director of the WEA where he was talking about the challenges of the way that their funding is structured, because you're right, logically, that's the first place to go. They've got hundreds of millions of dollars. And so then we talked about in committee about amending that grant app and back and forth with the executive. They didn't want that granted. Ultimately, your appropriations committee took the $75 million out of the hundreds of millions of dollars we'd given to the governor for energy research. It doesn't come at the expense of other research at the university. It's out of his millions of dollars. I don't know that whether this amendment gives some other different impression, but it's out of his large energy project funding. So it doesn't cut off any other research. Have not seen votes from the trustees, as I said, on all of these things. The trustees are the last to see it. So we had another Appropriations Committee meeting. We had one of the trustees, we had the director of the Center for Flow-Through Porous Media, we had the vice president of Financial Affairs. It was very long and involved, detailed, and the trustees said, we are the last people to see that. We have to approve it. It has to, all the Ts have to be crossed, the Is dotted. We don't approve a grant before it's all put together. So that did come in the ordinary course of things. Let me see, what were some of the others? That's, I mean, the largest part of it is that we lost a lot of time trying to go to the WEA for money. And by that time, the budgets had already been prepared and submitted. So it's a tremendous opportunity. All I can say is that this has been a dream since 2012 when some visionaries established SER, all of their research goes on, and the Center for the Study of Flow Through Porous Media. It was thoroughly vetted with these presentations. Just asking for your assent, as well as the conditions that are laid upon it here, that it has to follow all the university's processes, that it has to be a detailed agreement that's presented to the trustees. The value of the equipment has to be confirmed by a third-party auditor, and ultimately, it has to go to the governor's desk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. Senator Ellis, I believe this is for your first time.
This is for my first time, Mr. Chairman. I don't mean to make this muddy the water, but what I just heard was initially that this makes more sense to be housed within the Wyoming Energy Authority. But there's some glitch in how they're they could administer these funds because of some confusion over in-kind contributions. I followed up to that point. My question is why we didn't see some kind of footnote or legislation or anything in this budget that adds some clarity to the ability to work with in-kind contributions and allowing this money to stay housed within the WEA. And why we're switching course and now it's gonna land at UW. That's the piece of this that I'm struggling with. And to use buzzwords that we've used all session, we're all struggling with property taxes, and I'm really struggling with how to explain this to my voters. We're working on property tax, but we magically have $75 million to put toward this. Help me get there. And then along those lines, we've also heard this today. What's the urgency? We can wait till next year. We can look at this in a supplemental. So my question is just that. Is this urgent today? Can't we look at this in the supplemental and then maybe look at a better fix and keep those monies housed within WEA? And more questions. The more we talk about it, more questions. I'm not comfortable, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Mr. President, for your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, more questions. Back to urgency, I think it is somewhat urgent, I'm gonna be honest about it. But I also question, we've talking all day about property taxes, money. You've heard a reference that it doesn't matter because the money's already there. I will tell you, I was on the video feed when Approach was meeting, and the fellow downstairs wasn't very happy when we got it out of his account because there was lots of other things there. And I think I can talk about this other part. It's another piece of it. Is really the only way it really found peace is there's another piece that we put 200 more million downstairs. So we took away, but the really interesting part is all you folks sat here, all of us, to put the 100 in. And we didn't give it to the Energy Authority. We gave it to the man downstairs, and we gave it unrestricted. I mean, he literally can, with a stroke of a pen, can make this project happen today. That's up to him. He chose to send it to the Energy Authority, and they had questions that they couldn't meet the match. So instead of changing language to say that they're able to accept in kind, which I think would have been proper, and that could go back to them and they could re-vet it, we had an individual appropriation of $75 million that directly did it, that did an end run around what we did last year with the money for the governor, man downstairs. We did an end run. So if we're gonna do that, we probably ought to just start appropriating all that money ourselves rather than giving him the authority. Because what we do, in all honesty, and I've had heartburn with it, is we give him a blank check because we trust him to make the right decision. And now he hasn't made it. And we're saying, well, we're just going to take it back from you. And I started on this with process. Board of Trustees is, man, if this urgency was yesterday, explain why me and a couple other senators went and met on it months ago. This was out long, long before appropriations started meeting, long time before. The misdirection is pretty thick sometimes, because I knew about it, I supported it. I don't support how we're doing it. I support the project. And the arguments we hear on the floor is for support of the project. Mine is, how do we do this going forward from here? What's next? Do you want me to come and bring 100 million for my pet research project? They need vetted through the right ends, and I think the man downstairs is a great one, and he's chosen to have a panel of experts do the vetting for him. We can easily change with one word on match and let them still have the authority to do what we think's right. But instead, an individual stood up and put $75 million, biggest appropriation maybe I've seen individually since I've been in here, that's got somewhere. Is that the right process? And I think the answer is no, and I encourage you to support this. There's still methodology. If it's a great project, there's still methodology to get it done, and it's not impossible. And I also don't see any letters laying on my desk that are letters of support for this money from the Board of Trustees, from the Energy Authority, from the man downstairs, from anyone. I've heard verbal talks about it. And by the way, I've talked to most all of them. None of them have expressed it to me as their burning priorities. So I do think it's a great project, and I do think it should go forward, but it shouldn't be done with the wrong methodology and the wrong means. Thank you.
Thank you, President Driscoll. Senator Cooper, I believe this is your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, I'm still kind of pushing back on what this says here. When I read this amendment, it's pretty clear. Section 3, or lines 3 through 6 authorizes $75 million, which is what we're wanting to put into this microscope, which is a great idea. The microscope is. But when you go to line 8, through the rest of the amendment, I think it says, delete University of Wyoming Research Matching Funds. So, which is all the rest of page 135, all of 136, all of 137, lines 1 through 4 of page 138. I'm pretty sure that says very clearly that we're going to delete the University of Wyoming Research Matching Funds. So we're going to defund all these other projects, the possibility of all these other projects, to bring $75 million forward to one. It's the same $75 million that's already in there. But it's diverting from multiple research projects to one project. Thank you.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to assist with that, the amendment does not do that. The amendment is limited in scope to this particular project and does not interfere with any of the other funds that the university may have available for any other purpose. It is limited to this section, which is limited for this purpose of matching funds for this particular project. So it is just for this.
Thank you. Senator Anderson, your last time.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few questions. The intent of the amendment was not to decrease any of the other research or projects at the University of Wyoming. It was only to take the 75 million out because we're too soon on that. The question has come up as how has this all come about? I should tell you that I am your representative on the Energy Resource Council. The Energy Resource Council, made up of 7 people, all industry people and 2 legislators, Right now, Don Burkhart and I have been on there for 7 years or so. When I went on, the high bay was just being built. So we were in charge of the high bay up until about a year ago. About a year ago, we turned the high bay over to the University of Wyoming with the director that was there, the faculty member that was there, and they were to take that over. So they did, and the director there works for the vice president of research. The vice president of research usually would be in on this upfront, vetting it. He's not in on it. What happened here is that whole chain of command that would have had been involved, the director of engineering that is not involved, the vice president of research that's not involved, they were all sidestepped. The president of the university was sidestepped. Before they go to the trustees, they have to have that whole contingency and build up that proposal. That did not happen. So the director of that high bay decided that he would go directly to the governor. Now, the governor did the right thing. He turned him down, said, no, I'm not funding this. But go to the WA, Wyoming Energy Authority, and ask them to fund it. So he did. He went to the WA, and they were interested also, but they couldn't, as you heard earlier, they couldn't fund it because it was an in-kind. So then he decided that he would go directly to the Senate. And he found a member of the Senate that was willing to propose this thing. And he did a great job of educating that senator, and you've heard from him, the senator from Tongue River here today. He is well educated on this project. And that director can do that because he is a very intelligent and very compelling fellow. But you look at the trustees and say the trustee was there. The trustee was there with making the presentations, was not there to support the idea. He was just there because he was invited. And he told me that afterwards. I talked to another trustee and asked him. He said, yes, we knew about this project. In August, we had a presentation on this project. We did not act on it. We did not tell any of our staff to go ahead and pursue it. Did not do any of those things. And he was a little upset that we're already operating on this. There is a process through the university to vet this all before they take it to the trustees. That's not been done. And that's all I'm saying is, let's slow the process down here a little bit. Let the University of Wyoming vet it, find out what they can about the project, and get it under control and do it in the next session. We was talk about the Tier 1 engineering college. The engineering director, that was one of the objectives we had, was making a Tier 1 engineering college. He cannot do that if he can't get access to the high bay. We knew that he didn't have access to the high bay when we were managing it and asked the director to let him in. He wouldn't let him in. So the director of the engineering department says, unless we can get access to the high bay to train our students and our graduate students there, we cannot get to a Tier 1 level of engineering. So there's a few things that has to be changed to bring this to fruition. But again, I want to quote that, honor the process, unquote, that the University of Wyoming has a process that has not been followed one bit. And if it is followed, they possibly would promote this idea. But we have circumvented their process, and I think we're way ahead of ourselves. I think that was all the questions. This is just not the right timing for this at the moment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We're voting on third reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1. Involves money, it'll be a roll call vote.
Third reading amendment number 39, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Aye. Baldwin? Baldwin? Aye. Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? No. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Purphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? No. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Cooper, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 39, 24 aye, 7 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 39 to Senate File 1 is passed the Senate. Senator Drew.
Hey, thank you, Mr. President. Personal privilege moment.
Granted.
Thank you. Good members, good afternoon. Hope everybody had a nice lunch. Up in the gallery today, I've got some friends of all of us. They invited us to dinner last night, and we were otherwise indisposed. But so I missed out on a free dinner, good for my diet. But I didn't get a chance to talk to them, so I was wondering if we could give them a hello. Up here in the gallery, Jessica Sell Chambers, City Councilwoman Mayor Haley Morton Levinson, and City Manager Tyler Sinclair, Town of Jackson, Wyoming. Give them a hand.
Thank you, Senator Drew. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I have privilege?
Granted.
Senators, we also miss Leap into Leadership. As you know, the Wyoming Women's Legislative Caucus, Senator Schuler and I, Senator Schuler is a new co-chair of that. But every year we organize a conference which encourages women to run for office and be more involved in their community through applying for leadership positions. So we missed the dinner last night, but they're up in the gallery. They're finishing their conference by watching us do our work. So special thanks to Annie Wood. She goes out of our way to just take care of every detail to make this conference a success. So let's welcome this 2024 class of leadership.
Here, here. Wow.
Leap into Leadership.
Really glad to have you guys here. Everyone in the body that's a graduate of Leadership Wyoming, stand up, because it kind of is telling. Excuse me, I blew it. Senator French.
Privilege of the floor, Mr. President.
You have it. Right.
In our, above your head there, we have one of Park County's county commissioners. He's been there, I think, at the end of this year, it'll be 12 years, I believe. Lee Livingston.
Hey, Lee. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a lot of people visiting the Capitol today on a beautiful day in Cheyenne. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce many of the folks from across the state who do some really important work with the Wyoming Coalition Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault. And many of them are standing right up here, so if they would stand up and we could recognize them. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
Senator Kinski? Sorry. All right, we're back on amendments, fun and games. We've got about a fourth left. We're on third reading amendment number 66 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk will read it in, please. What? I said 66, where? 40, why do I have 60? 66, there's 40, because my list got moved. So we're gonna start over. I messed up. Are you awake now, Senator Drew?
Oh, I'm aware.
We're, third reading amendment number 40 to Senate File 1. I started in the middle of the stack. Clerk will read it in, please.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 40, Section 1, correction, Section 318, page 139, line 26, after.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I would withdraw third reading amendment number 40.
Without objection, third reading amendment number 40, Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. We are on third reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk will read it in, please.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 41, Section 318, page 140, line 8, reinsert.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, there was a handout on your desk yesterday that explains what this amendment does. This regards the large energy appropriations and all the accounts we've set up over the years. So I'll give you a couple of minutes to look on your desk and find this chart, if you would, so that you know exactly what we're doing, because this is a lot of money.
Can someone bring me one, please? She's grabbing it. Thank you, Senator Lynn.
All right, Mr. President, are you ready? Shall we proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So if you look on your chart, you'll see the section in the budget that there's the columns across the top, the section in the budget we're talking about, the 2024 budget bill page, the 2023 session law where we appropriated money in 2023, the JAC changes, the source of the funding, and then the budget bill total. You will see in 2023, we appropriated $305 million to energy matching fund and large energy projects. And we had a designation on there that the governor would have to come back and report to the legislature on what he was doing with those funds. However, that was vetoed out of our bill. This is the reason that I am sweeping these funds back into the LSRA so that further legislative approval will be required in order to utilize these funds. So this only deals with unobligated funds. So if there are projects out there, and there was a secondary sheet of some of the projects that have been approved, those funds would still remain in the governor's control and go to those projects. However, out of the total funds available, there's around 93 million and another 68 million of some of the funds that were already appropriated for 161 million that are available. Then there's the new 200 million that is again contemplated in this bill here. And then I missed the other in the 55 million when we saw the JAC changers, there was another 5 million. So it's about $336 million that we would be sweeping back into the LSRA. The reason I'm doing this, Mr. President, you alluded a little bit to it in the last amendment, was because it's a matter of policy. Do we want to be legislating and appropriating these funds, or do we want the sole discretion of the governor to make these decisions for us? And I would like us to be involved in these decisions when we're dealing with this amount of funding. And so that is my amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment, and Mr. President, I think this program has already been very successful. The large energy projects appropriations have led to some incredible research programs, pilot programs, and opportunities for the state. Remember, all these funds are matched funds, dollar for dollar minimum, and those are real dollars that they're matched with, to be clear. And there's a lot of opportunity here. The process that has been set up to vet these, I think entirely through the WEA, although there may be exceptions to that, that process is a rigorous process that has appropriate vetting using scientists and engineers as well as business folks to contemplate the projects and to evaluate whether these are wise investments for the state. And then those recommendations go back to the governor for final approval. And Mr. President, I understand that the desire is to ensure that we are better involved, but I guess, first of all, I would say the program's working as intended, and I wouldn't want to stop it or delay it because we don't quite like how it's being implemented and we don't feel involved enough, right? So if we need to be involved more, I think we can try and pursue that. But I think it would be a shame, Mr. President, to stop the program because we had a line item veto that we were unhappy with. And second, Mr. President, I would say that candidly, I feel involved in this process. I feel like through the Minerals Committee, we've been getting reports on it. Projects that are of particular interest to me have come to me in terms of information and data. And again, there's no desire not to share that information that I've seen. I feel that the WEA is very open and transparent with these projects. So, Mr. President, any project that I've been interested in, I've gotten information about and gotten updates on. Those that I haven't been, I haven't. So I guess we could try and upgrade that a little bit and get these data files emailed out to everybody. But I just don't see the problem, Mr. President, and I see these funds as incredibly valuable for the state as we're looking to continue to develop our energy economy and look for new opportunities that allow us to utilize our robust and valuable resources in the state so that we can modernize and look to a productive future. Probably the best program we've put together towards that objective in the last 10 years, and I look forward to the successes continuing. For those reasons, on and against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We sit and listen to matching funds, and we love matching funds. But I would like to give you an example why that may not be good. So you go home from work at night to your spouse, and your living room is full of a bunch of new stuff, and she says, "Look how much money I saved today." So when we go after matching funds, we still have to spend the matching part of the funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do think the sponsor did address this and made sure that the amendment did not pull into any obligated funds. But my recollection from JAC, and so I just want to make sure we understand the potential consequences of this amendment to the Chief Executive's office and these potential projects. We, as you heard from the previous debate, pulled money from these funds, from the governor's office, the Chief Executive's office the first time, resulted in some heartache. And so we replenished those funds. And the reason for that was, hey, we have a lot of projects underway. We've tried to inform you about those, but here's an additional update of these projects where we need this additional monies for, and this would be really problematic. And so I just want to make sure that we aren't doing any damage to any pending projects, because my recollection is that those monies were pretty much out the door. So further clarity, or anyone else with additional information that may have heard the same testimony I did, would certainly be enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just another clarification on my part. Just wondering, the bringer of the bill, Are we looking at this as more of a process, or are we looking at it because, gosh, we can make a lot of interest while this 55 million is sitting over there in Listerin? It'd be really nice for me to know that which the priority is, the process or interest.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since I was outed, I'll speak to it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the argument that you're having right now is an argument we had in your JAC, word for word, no doubt. And after we had the discussion, we stripped this money out. And then we heard from downstairs. Chief Executive was irked, vexed. But then we went and sat down, we talked it over, heard his points, and he made a very passionate case about wanting to be nimble for the people of Wyoming, wanted to be able to jump. It's a fast-changing world. We've been talking about it all week. Opportunities come, opportunities go, wanted to be able to move and be able to, with whether it's the SER or with it's the Energy Authority, all the tools that we've given him in that toolbox, the only tool left that he needed was funds to be able to move, manipulate. But we did talk robustly about legislative concerns about just opening up and leaving a coffee can at his door, so to speak. And but at the end of the day, we chose a partnership. We chose a partnership with our executive, with the executive branch. Your JAC chose to put that money back in, and we did so. Did we do the right thing? Well, that's what we're going to decide right now. And I welcome the argument, and I welcome both sides of the debate. We, like I say, we had the exact same debate word for word. So I look to you for the answer, as I always do, and appreciate very much your dialogue and your input. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm doing some back of the napkin math while everybody's talking, because I'm in the property tax frame of mind today, and especially residential property tax. So I'll just, trust me, this all ties together, so I'm not off subject here. Just give me a little leeway. I can use my 5 minutes, I guess. Talk about the weather if I wanted to. But. So from 2019 to 2023, our assessed valuations increased by $9.84 billion. Multiply that by 9.5%, that's the rate. $378.5 million. That's the total windfall that I talked about earlier in property tax from 19 to 23. That number is awfully darn close to 361 million. Just to wrap your head around the amount of money we're talking here. Tons of money. That's your whole backfill. To give all that money back to the people of how much our taxes have increased since 2019. So just keep that in mind when you vote on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. These amounts, these projects are maybe a little difficult to understand just on the surface. I attend a lot of meetings that are related to energy, especially in the last 2 years. I've always had an interest in it because it's the driving force of the finances of this state. We have all that we have because of energy. And no matter how uncomfortable it makes people feel, it's the fossil fuels that drive the economy of this state. And I hesitate that we pull these programs out because sometimes it takes a little bit of time to see the benefit. Spent a lot of time, and a good senator from Casper was talking about his assignment for the last 7 years. I attend those meetings whether I'm invited or not. So I would ask you to resist the amendment, see what we're trying to do here, see what we're trying to resolve. But unless we stay on the cutting edge of all this change, we're going to lose out, and it will eventually affect the economy of our state. I have just a little correction to do. Hesitate to do this to the person who's sponsoring the bill, but there are reports. They report back to appropriations, and they report back to the Management Council. In a less formal way, we receive reports back to the minerals as well. So I stand against this amendment and ask that you resist it and let the state move forward and make sure we have a solid footing in all that's happening and all that's changing in the energy world.
Thank you, Mr. President, for my second time. I think accurate reflection of history for what was vetoed. It was only the day limit, but still has to report to the legislature before any monies are expended. Looks like we just received our last report last month, 2024, with that listing. Big picture conversation, though, as the good senator indicated, we had this debate. I have concerns about a governor having hundreds of millions of dollars to choose what projects to fund or what they're interested in. I think it is a dangerous precedent to set. That said, I am worried about the pending projects currently underway that may be interfered with and the damage that may be caused. So I'm against this amendment at this moment in time. But I do think we need to evaluate how much discretion and dollars we give to the chief executive to pick projects. I think that that's a dangerous precedent as indicated. So I'm against the amendment now, but in concept, I think it is worthy of reconsideration in the future.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President, I was just pulling up the veto and wanted to talk about it because the motivation for this amendment was based on a concern that the reporting requirement was removed, and so I wanted to see exactly what was done. And as I read it, for the veto specifically of the former E paragraph, it says, as a condition of expending this appropriation, all proposed expenditures from this appropriation and the purposes and goals of each expenditure shall be reported to the Management Council of the Legislature and the Joint Appropriations Committee not less than 30 days prior to the expenditure being made. And the veto was vetoing not less than 30 days. So the report still has to occur. It still has to be prior to the expenditure. The purpose and everything else about it has to be there, Mr. President. And just the 30-day window was all that was changed. So I guess I'm not even seeing the motivation behind this on and against.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the clarity on that veto. And I think the whole reason behind that language was so that if we didn't like something, we found it completely egregious, we would call ourselves into a special session and put the brakes on it. So that is why I even brought it up. However, this is a policy decision. We have the large project funding bill every year where all of those projects have to be vetted by us, the legislature, and approved, and they are good projects, and then they go out to our communities, and we have approved them, and we have appropriated the money. We have the omnibus water bill, and we take all of those projects from all across the state, and we vet them, and we approve them, because scientists and engineers are not the appropriators of taxpayer money. And so that is the reason this is a policy decision. As I said, none of the funds that are already obligated would be affected by this amendment. It was not done to cause any harm in those projects that are already underway. So I'd ask for your aye vote on this amendment.
Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 41, Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Grew? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones. Aye. Kinski. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Landon. No. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. No. Pappas. No. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. No. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. President Driscoll.
No.
No. Closing vote. Guru. Barlow. Barlow, aye to no. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 41, 16 aye, 15 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 41 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Third reading amendment number 42 to Senate File 1.
Senate
Clerk
File
will
1,
read the
third
amendment.
reading amendment number 42, section 319, page 144, line 17, delete.
Senator McEwen. Senator Rothfuss, can you come to the desk?
Without objection, I would like to withdraw this amendment, Mr. President.
Come on up, still. Without objection, Senate, third reading amendment number 42 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn.
Senator Barlow,
Mr. Minority Floor Leader, privilege of the floor.
you may have it.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. So ladies and gentlemen, as you know, tonight, there's a dinner that will tide us over because we're probably not going to be attending to go to some of the receptions, but the Wyoming Senior Services Association and AARP have a dinner downstairs. So when we get that time in the evening, I hope that we'll be able to make our way down there and visit with some of them. But right now, I'd like to introduce you and have you recognize senior services directors from all across our state, take care of those elders in our community at our senior centers home. So if they would all stand up, let's welcome them to the Wyoming Senate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Next amendment for our consideration is Standing Committee Amendment number, or excuse me, third reading amendment number 43. Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absent.
My apologies, let's have that written.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 43, section 323, page 147, line 28, delete.
Thank you. Senator Dockstader, to you.
Thank you. Absent objection, I withdraw third reading amendment number 43.
Seeing none, it is so ordered. Thank you, Senator Dockstader. All right. Next amendment for consideration is third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1. Will the reading clerk please read the amendment?
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 44, section 324, page 150, after line 11, insert.
Senator Hicks, it's yours.
Mr. Chairman, I move third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File number 1. Just an explanation of this. This is if the Kelly parcel that I think most of us are familiar with, in a transaction with the federal government, if that should allow, this would just enshrine the current uses on that land. So it should, the board shall require condition of sale that the federal government allow hunting on the Kelly parcel for all animals permitted by the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, allow livestock grazing at the current levels authorized by the state of Wyoming to continue, and that the Park Service would be responsible, or whoever that entity is, for all fence replacement and maintenance costs to maintain livestock grazing on the Kelly parcel. Agreed that this conditions of the sale under this paragraph shall only be removed by the United States Congress. Stand for any questions. Enough questions, I'd ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hicks. Discussion. Oh, my apologies. Continue.
I should say, I am absolutely supportive of selling the Kelly parcel. It's a rare occasion that I would normally say that, Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman. But I think the Kelly parcel affords the state a lot of opportunity for the price that's in the budget. I just look at the dividends that'll pay back to the Common School Permanent Land Fund. It's significant over the time of the property. You look at the average rate of return that we're getting on that account now. I really think this is a good thing for Wyoming. I think it's a good thing for the school system to provide these additional funds to the permanent fund. So, Mr. Chairman, but this would maintain those traditional uses of that state parcel. On and for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Discussion on third reading amendment number 44. Senator Landon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the bringer of the amendment. And I know he's one of our experts, so I just had a question with regard to hunting in those national parks currently. It's been a while for me. I just haven't been over there, and I'm not sure about what exactly the restrictions are or how much they're allowing on those park lands. If this is absorbed into one of those parks, you know, my only concern is I don't want to throw a rock in the hubcap with you know, the hunting piece. So that's my only concern, and I share the sentiments of the good senator from Baggs. You know, at first, it took me a while to get there, but I can't really say enough about all the work that's gone in up there. Mr. Chairman, I was as a young boy, I was one of the guys that got to ski that hill over there in the early days, long before they even had a tram there. So that tells you how old I am. But the views off of that ski mountain, I just hope my grandson gets the same views. And so this is it's a great opportunity, and I just hope that I want to be careful with anything we do there. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Senator Scott?
Mr. Acting President, two questions. One, the proposal on the hunting here, is that, I know were some parts of Grand Teton National Park where hunting is allowed. Is this similar to that? And second, for the various conditions here, I am concerned that we get the full value of this and it goes into the Common School Fund. Are any of these things something that is going to derail the thing by the feds arguing that we put conditions on it that make it not worth as much to them as it should be? And I have no idea whether or not, Sharon, that it will have this effect, but I am concerned, and I would like to hear the discussion on that possibility.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Anyone else for your first time? Senator Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, I'm curious as to the fence replacement and maintenance cost to maintain the livestock. We're a fence-out state, so I'm assuming the other side of the fence is federal government also, so it's federal government on both sides of the fence. I agree with the maker that we really want those fences maintained, and I wonder what fence-out state means for that.
Thank you, Senator. To Senator Barlow?
Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. So I guess a little more clarification from somebody who else might know, because the bringer of the amendment will be the last to speak, is hunting is a broad category. Anybody can go hunt. But what are we talking about? Maybe some outfitters that have access, or camps, or something else on there? So let's be clear about what hunting means in the context of livestock grazing. Again, let's be specific about what we're talking about. Are we talking about a grazing lease that's issued through the state lands agency? Are we talking about hunting animals, i.e. horses, pack horses, mules, whatever, that are grazing while they're on their trip? And then the fence thing is interesting, but I would take a step back for a moment. There is no question that putting deed restrictions or any kind of condition on the sale of a property impacts the value of that property to the purchaser. And that I'm currently in a transaction right now, and The sellers wanted a few things. We also have a caveat how to buy out those reservations within that. So something to be considered here is, I do think it will have an impact, could have an impact on the deal as a whole, certainly on, potentially on the value. And in this, there's no way to actually buy out that potential. Maybe it's worth another $20 million to get rid of this. Is that good enough for the school trust fund? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question about the sale. This is the sale authorization. Will this comply with 369102 in state statutes, number one? And then for the record, I absolutely categorically reject the sale of the Kelly parcel. I find it untimely, just to detriment to many things.
Thank you.
Well,
Please,
the
please
amendment
stick
said
focused on the
authorization to
amendment.
sale within the title, so that's the question. I guess I'll wait for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get some clarification from the bringer on line 6, where he says hunting of all animals permitted by Wyoming. As you know, gray wolves are a little bit of a sticky or sensitive subject in our state because they're protected in some areas, not less protected in others. So I'm trying to understand what the good bringer had in mind if he's talking about big game animals. Just some clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Over to Senator Beitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, I think I'm free to say I'm opposed to the sale as well, but since we're on this amendment, we're dealing with it. And we're missing one key important piece. If we're gonna put deed restrictions on here, the most important thing we could possibly do is address pennies in lieu of trillions. Why wouldn't we demand that they pay us property tax in the form that they should be? Because when the federal government holds as much property as they do within the state of Wyoming, you all know, we don't get to collect property tax on that. And instead, in their great generosity, they give us, if they feel like it, pennies on the dollar in PILT payments. So why wouldn't we demand that they pay us what the average Wyoming citizen would pay us for property tax based on our assessed valuation on that? So that would be the gift that keeps on giving year after year, to quote one of my favorite movies. That money would be coming in and would provide us a revenue stream going on into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Senator Case.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I have a feeling we're being a little short-sighted here. Right now, the state of Wyoming isn't making any money off this parcel. And this is money that could benefit our school system. So I think it's a good thing that we sell this parcel. And it's a good thing that we encourage the buyer to be happy with the purchase so that we get as much money as we can and we use it for the benefit by investing it wisely for perpetuity for our children in schools in Wyoming. So it's important we not put conditions on this sale, in my opinion. It is absolutely not worth anything to us right now. We look at it and we say, well, we could develop it in this manner and we could sell those parcels and we could do all that. No, we really can't. One time I was asked by a former governor to advise on the sale of a school section in Teton County that was on the way to the ski area there. And we looked at proposals for developing that piece of property in ways that there might be trades that could get out, so that the state of Wyoming could realize value from that section. And it's just impossible to do. The people are adamantly against any form of development, which is the only way we could really realize value. So the best we can do is an agricultural grazing, which doesn't pay very much, not nearly what a sale would pay. And to put these restrictions on that sale discourages the buyer. Let's get this done. We're finally at a place in history where we can do something for the school children in Wyoming. And if I was the buyer and this restrictions were on it, but it's in the middle of a place that's managed in a different manner by the people of the United States, then, Mr. Chairman, I would be discouraged. And it could derail the whole deal. Mr. President, thank you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of chance to finally do something about this. And let's not mess this up. Against the amendment, please.
Thank you, Senator Case. Further discussion? Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment that we're on right now is about hunting, fishing, and the rights conveyed on a sale. That's for the body to take a look at, and I urge you to take a good, serious look at it. And while you're taking a look at the amendment, you might want to take a gander at your inbox. There's a letter that's just coming out right now from a large number of sportsmen's groups that talk about what they feel are some of the opportunities with regard to this parcel. I think you might want to take a look at that. It might help. I have concerns about this amendment, but I also understand that the things that are talked about in this amendment are things that are in our DNA, all of us, wanting to have access, wanting to have open spaces, wanting to have places that we can go recreate in the way that we choose. This is one. I urge you to look carefully. I urge you to look at the letter. I urge you to look at all the opportunities that are here, and we'll be talking about them in further amendments. And with that, I'll yield the floor, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I know it's difficult because of timing and how this works, so I'll just read 369102. All state lands shall be disposed only at public auction to the highest responsible bidder after having been appraised by the board, and shall be sold at not less than the appraised value thereof. And it even goes on to say for not less than $10 an acre. So this is about a sale. And I was cut short last time when I was speaking, and I really don't appreciate that, because I was speaking about what the bill title, what it said here in this amendment title. I think
Senator
it's
Kolb, if you're cut short, you need to object when it happens. I'm happy to accept that, but anytime anyone here is cut short, object when it happens, not afterwards. Thank you.
just stating it for the record, Mr. President. Thank you. And I just think it's ill-timed, and this will only become more valuable later. And I think we don't have much of a partnership with the federal government, and frankly, they're trying to attack our way of life. And I don't know why we'd want to make a deal at this point in time, or even talk about a deal until we get some of these things worked out. And that's the reason why I object to this budget amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jones.
Mr. President, some of us worked long and hard against the federal government for the BLM RMP. We gave up Thanksgiving, Christmas, time with at the holidays with our family and friends to fight against the federal government. This is not the time to be giving away state land to the federal government. This piece of property actually to the citizens of Wyoming is priceless. We control it, we own it, we get to say what happens to it. Once we sell it for whatever price we've decided on, we've given up that control. My constituents are adamant about keeping this piece of property. They love it, they love to recreate on it, and they love that it belongs to the state of Wyoming.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to apologize to my colleague from Sweetwater County. When I'm looking at amendments, and I know we're not supposed to jump around, there are 3 amendments we're supposed to be discussing that are all related to this provision. I'm just trying to keep the debate focused on this so that we can keep the debate going, and I meant no disrespect. I think all the points raised are valid, but we also have more discussion on this. So I thought how we debated, my apologies.
Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to comment on the comment from the senator from Tongue River. He mentioned that PILT payments weren't very good, that they were pennies on the dollar. On the 3 counties that I've lived in Wyoming, the PILT payments were looked forward to by the county commissioners as kind of a huge bonus to them. And I'm not saying they were over the top or exorbitant, but they were certainly better than grazing fees on that property. So they considered them to be pretty adequate. So just so everybody knows, those PILT payments or payment in lieu of taxes are not anything meager in all the 3 counties I've lived in.
Senator Hyde.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to follow up on a little of the conversation from my colleague from Natrona County, during this BLM purchase of the Marton Ranch in Casper, Wyoming, I don't want to digress, but this should be out there. They purchased 36,000 deeded acres, and they are not giving the counties, most of it was in Natrona, part of it was in Carbon County, and by the stipulation of the maximum population, we receive no property taxes or PILT payments because of that threshold of population base. So I'm with a lot of this conversation in here. Our so-called federal partners, a lot of times we're their servants. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's part of me that wants just to move this amendment so we can get on, because we're talking about an amendment that's 2 more down. But since we're not doing that, I'll kind of jump in here for just a second. On some of the, what I think are a little bit off statements here. I too spent time, 6 years in the county government, received PILT payments. I remember it was back in, let's see, a few presidents ago, we're in a budget tightening move. He was talking about PILT payments. I sent a letter to my congressional delegation saying, well, you know, our county depends on PILT payments, but if you want to cut them, you go right on ahead. I said that would be okay because we need to tighten our belt. I got a letter back from all 3. You know them all. And they all said, we're going to send you more PILT money. We're going to raise the PILT payments. We're not going to let that president take our PILT payments away. And I said, okay. First time I ever wrote a letter to the federal government saying that they lower money that they send to me, and got an answer back that they would never do such a thing. So our PILT payments went up, and our county's much the better for it. So now I write a letter every year asking them to cut our PILT payments because the president asked me to, and I get a nice letter back saying they're going to make sure they go up. So seems like reverse psychology works. And to the comment that we're giving it away, I applaud my friend from the county where the water's sweet. I do appreciate the fact that she feels that $100 million is a giveaway, because I don't believe that. Let's talk about why. Right now, we're getting $2,500 a year, and I know the family who pays that fee. They're very interested in continuing. I had a good chance to sit and talk with them last Saturday night over across the hill at that university where we had a little rodeo gala. It was really nice, and it was fun to talk with them about it. They say they want to keep grazing. Their family, they lease out the grazing rights on a sublet, but it's something that their family, it's been in their family for generations, and they want to keep doing it. And so they will, by virtue of this action, and the folks who are in charge of the park would be very honored to keep that going, and that's not going to be changed. But let's talk about $100 million for just a second, real quick. We take $100 million and we put it in our total return policy, and by virtue of the fact that it's 140% over an appraised price that the government and the state of Wyoming, our Office of State Lands and Investments, has approved after hiring numerous appraisers and agreeing to a price that the buyers, in this case, the National Park Service, agreed to as well. So you take that 140% of appraised value, put it in our total return policy, And by the time that property value even comes close to 140% of what it is now, the return from our investment that our good treasurer and the folks at the IFC and stuff work through, that will start to eclipse the value and the rise in value of that property. In other words, the school children of Wyoming, who we're constitutionally obligated to support, will continue to earn interest that's compounding on itself. And over the next 25 years, will vastly exceed any anticipated price of the property itself. A far, far cry from $2,500 a year. We're going to be talking more about this over the next few minutes. So this is really, in my mind, an opportunity cost issue, a time value of money issue, and an issue that is very, very, very much at the heart of who we are and what we are, Mr. President. I look forward to this debate. And I'll, at this time, move that we move for the question on the first motion, which is on the hunting amendment that is before us, as I wait for our bringer of the amendment to speak to it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. President, this just isn't one pack horse that I've got to unpack here. This is a whole pack string. So let me get started at the beginning. So before we can get into this, first we have to understand that we're not just selling land, folks. When you sell land, you sell a whole bundle of property rights. When you buy a piece of property, you also buy the access rights, you buy the mineral rights, the air rights, you have the development rights. So one of the reasons I think this is probably appropriate that we should request 140%, because we're saying we're going to buy all these bundle of rights on that particular piece of property that any other landowner in the state of Wyoming is afforded. So I think that's appropriate. So let's talk to the issue I think that was first brought up about allowing hunting on the Kelly parcel. Currently, right next to the Kelly parcel, you can hunt elk in Teton National Park. That was part of the admission of those lands when that came in. This parcel currently is part of those rights retained by the state of Wyoming. It says we can hunt any species set by rule and regulation by the Game and Fish Commission. But they also can come in there, and some of the states around Yellowstone Park have done similar things. They promulgated rules and regulations that says we're going to put a buffer here for certain species. That's the state of Wyoming retaining that property right, saying you own the land, but we're not going to necessarily sell that. So that comes back down to allowing that public process to participate and say, what are the appropriate species? Maybe it's just elk. But I don't think we want to debate here every potential species. That's a role of the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, and a conversation with the Park Service is what's appropriate. It may just be elk, but I certainly don't want to exclude anything from that discussion. It may be coyotes, or it may be deer, or it may be bison. So that's, hope can address part of that issue. And then as far as the livestock grazing issue, you know, this is another one of those, it's a grazing right out there. We have a state lease right now, and somebody said it, they have a grazing right or a grazing permit out there, and we just want to maintain those traditional values that represent what's Wyoming. So this would just say, look, Park Service, on this parcel has already got a fence down it. Just maintain some grazing rights out there. Not a significant impact to the Park Service, but specifically the reason that the language is in there is responsible for all fence replacement and maintenance. It's pretty easy in a situation where you have a landowner all of a sudden that doesn't like livestock to come in and say, you know what, as a term and condition of your grazing privileges on this parcel of ground, you have to foot the construction of an entire buck and rail fence for 1.5 miles down that park boundary. And all of a sudden, the cost of that fence is $150,000 to put a buck and rail fence through that type of terrain. So what you would effectively do is just make it not cost efficient to anybody to ever be able to maintain those historic practices of livestock grazing. That's why that language is in there for fencing, Mr. President. On and for the amendment, if you wanted to maintain those traditional values, put the discussion of hunting into the game and fishes realm. That's really their jurisdiction, and negotiate with the Park Service. They do that right now for hunting on a refuge, seasons on the national park. They're already in those discussions. Let those professional agencies deal with it. I'm just trying to maintain the traditional values that we use that land for currently in the state of Wyoming.
Thank you. Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number, excuse me. Voting on third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1. Voice vote. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Division, please, ayes, please stand. Is your arm hurt? Nineteen ayes. By your vote, third reading amendment number 44 to Senate File 1 is passed to Senate. Senator Case.
Mr. President, may I have privilege of the floor, please?
You may.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a very timely debate for some friends I'd like to introduce to you. And I'm joined here today by Dr. Godfrey Bemfa. He's a game warden from Ghana, West Africa, and he's here with my good friend and the regional supervisor up in for the Wyoming Game and Fish up in my neck of the woods. And Dr. Bemfa is here to study game management and just exactly these kind of issues. So he's from Ghana. He's got a PhD. He came all the way here to work with, and they're learning from each other about game management in our respective countries. And I don't know if they have this exact problem in Ghana, but I'm sure they have a situation like this. And would you please help me in giving them the most warm welcome possible. Hey. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We're on third reading amendment number 66 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk will please read it in.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 66, section 324, page 149, line 16, after.
Senator Grew.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to ask that amendment number 66 be withdrawn.
Without objection, so ordered. Senate third reading amendment number 66 to Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. We are on Senate third reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1. The reading clerk will please read in the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment 45, corrected copy, section 324, delete.
Senator Larson.
Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 45 to Senate File number 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. This amendment will delete the Hicks amendment that we just went over. Just so you know, I think you probably read that. And it also deletes the whole section 324 dealing with the Kelly parcel. I just don't think this is a place to be discussing this, is in the budget. We should bring a bill and do it the correct way. I also do want to mention also the good senator from Rock Springs mentioned Title 36, Chapter 9, how we are supposed to sell the sale of state lands. And it says in
Section 101, the Board of Land Commissioners may at any time direct the sale of estate land subject to any lease thereof, subject to the criteria established by the board, and goes on down. Then you get to 36.9.102, and it's been read already. The manner of sale and the minimum price. All state lands shall be disposed of only at public auction to the highest bidder, responsible bidder, after having been duly appraised by the board, and shall be sold at not less than the appraisal value thereof. It just makes no sense that we could do this in a budget to me. On the amendment, and I hope you'll vote for it.
Thank you, Senator Larson. Discussion on the amendment? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a little point of notice is what we just got read to us, folks, is statutes. That's exactly what we do here is our actions override statutes. Because existing statute and we actually pass one now, it overrides it. What really counts, what really counts is the Wyoming Constitution. And guess where it opines on this? It's really interesting. We received these school sections to support education of our children. And if you think that you can look anyone in the eye long-term and say that you want to take $2,000 a year inflation adjusted forever on a parcel that it appears possibly we could get $100 million for, if you guys invest money, any of you, there's kind of a rule of 7. We get 7% state, so about every 7 years your money doubles. So you go 7 years, the 100 turns into 200. Go 7 more, it turns into 400. And it's really interesting because your bottom line deal when you put your hand on the Bible to do your oath to come in here was to help educate kids. So the question is, what's the highest value for our children in the state? And I don't necessarily advocate plus or minus, don't get into the value of it. But as far as the authority of it, doing it in the budget, we continue to do this. It's really interesting our direction. Let's flash backwards a day and talk about the military department, the exchange we just got done doing. I didn't hear any of those arguments. We're all standing up, and this is unbelievable. Argue one side and then argue the other side on what side you take. Let's really be faithful to who we are and be consistent. If you're for it once, be for it again if it's the same deal, unless it's totally apples and oranges. But if it doesn't just to suit you, it probably doesn't do us or our institution much good to argue both sides of the same coin. I'm sorry I'm doing this in a public setting, but it's a flat truth, is we all got to go to bed at night and look in the mirror. And there's a methodology to how we go about this, and it's really to be true to the institution, to the Constitution, and to the people of Wyoming. And I'm not positive when I stand up and argue one way, and then 2 amendments later stand up and argue the same point the other way, that's totally genuous to the state of Wyoming. So I'll take my beating on it. I don't necessarily take a huge role anyway on these ends, but I think we need to really be honest how we use statutes, Constitution, and our own rules, that they're applied consistently across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, I don't think we should be talking about selling this land during the budget session. That's just, I'm being consistent. I want to talk consistency. I'm consistent on that. I don't think it's the right time to do it. If this is all about money, selling this parcel this year, we got to do it. Then why on earth are we selling it to the feds? If this is only a purely financial decision, this should be sold. If it is truly worth $100 million, and that's the number we're going to get, then why wouldn't we sell it to a private developer for $100 million, pocket the $100 million, put it in the corpus of the school foundation trust fund or whatever? That thing's going to generate millions of dollars. We'll collect property tax at 9.5% residential on the subdivided properties that are going to appreciate in value year after year after year. It would be an absolute economic boon for Teton County, Wyoming, and their schools and their property tax revenue. So if we're talking money, just dollars and cents, it makes no sense to sell it to the federal government, where we will not collect property taxes. We'll get the one-time hit of the $100 million. So there's something else besides a purely financial motive here. And this needs to be fleshed out in the general session, where we can debate it in a bill, 3 readings, both sides of the House, just focused on this, not an entire biennial budget and an amendment after an amendment after an amendment, on and for.
Thank you, Senator Beitman. Senator Kolb, to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just heard a few moments ago that we are legislating. Just heard that we can, because I guess we're legislators. Well, I don't know if it is or it isn't. It's almost listening to a courtroom argument in here on both sides. But I will say that I think we have to make a call here. You know, is this right? We are legislating clearly. We are doing something because we can. And I ask the body, because we can do a thing, should we do a thing? Thank you.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is getting a little messy. I mean, I looked at this amendment that we just voted on, more of like a trigger bill. If it did actually happen, we've got some protections here, and keep it traditional, like the good senator from Bagg said. And I also agree with the bringer of the bill and the comments from the senator from Sheridan. I think we need to flesh this out. I think there's a lot more to it. You know, do we charge property taxes? This really needs to be talked about more so than just in a budget session. So I agree with both sides. The trigger bill, if it did sell, and I agree that, you know, constitutionally. So if we're going to vote on this bill, I'm going to vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Case.
Mr. President, we do have an obligation with respect to these lands, Mr. President, and it's a very important constitutional obligation. You see, these state trust lands are owned by the state, and they have a trust purpose for the benefit of public schools in this state and our other institutions. Can't lose sight of that, Mr. President. We have a duty, and the Board of Land Commissioners has a duty to maximize returns to the school children and our other institutions in the state of Wyoming. That's the purpose here. Getting $2,000 a year grazing fees for an asset worth $100 million is not carrying out the duties under Article 7 of our Constitution, where all money arising from the sale or lease of school lands are perpetual funds and only the annual income. All funds belong to the state for public school purposes is deemed trust funds in the care of the state, which is kept for the exclusive benefit of public schools. We're not fulfilling that constitutional obligation if we allow the status quo to continue. We're not. $2,000 a year doesn't cut it. The idea that we can develop that land sounds very attractive. I tried to help do that with a section on the way to the magnificent mountain that you write on those boards down from the town of Wilson. And you cannot develop the land because the outcry and the roadblocks are incredible. We will never be able to sell that land and break it up into 35-acre parcels. If we're trying to get around the local zoning issues, we'll be put up against there. We'll be put against with access. We will never be able to put any development on that land. But if we did put development on that land, Mr. President, and the taxes, say it was a $100 million development, that's the value. The taxes aren't going to be 9.5%, Mr. President, that's the assessment ratio. You take that assessment ratio and you multiply it by the mill levy. Now, I know that if you were to say that would be if there was 100 mills in Teton County, then that would be, and there's not 100 mills in Teton County, I guarantee you, because they won't put up with 100 mills. then that would be $950,000 a year. We can make more money than that by investing this funds. We have to fulfill our other obligations. Our duty is to the Constitution. Our duty is to the school children. The land will always be there. I'm really happy about the grazing. There will be public access. It's not going to look a lot different than it does now. And our access to it and the access of our citizens will not look much different. And the hunting policies will probably be similar to the policies next door on the land they have now. So we preserve virtually all those things, honestly. Yet we get $100 million to put in the bank. And we fulfill our constitutional obligations that we took an oath to. It's higher than our law, and it belongs in this budget because this opportunity is now, and we've got to complete the sale. We need to do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few questions. Our nation is 34 trillion in debt. Our government, we have to fund government programs. Our government has broken many promises. We're in several wars. We have broken borders. I'm wondering, where is the federal government going to get $100 million to give to Wyoming? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, Senator Jones and then Senator Ellis.
Mr. President, can we just take a long, hard look at this? How much is Wyoming state land worth to you? How much is it worth to future generations? I'm sure you're all tired of hearing about the BLM RMP, but it is horrific to people not only in my corner, but every part of Wyoming and people across the United States. The federal government will not give 100% access to this. It sounds great, it'll be a national park, it'll be wonderful. Can we think about Yellowstone right now? 20 years ago, we had year-round access to that park. Now it is very much diminished, and it's controlled by the federal government. In the winter, you can only get in there by entering a lottery and being selected. I've entered that lottery myself personally. I don't even know how many years. I've never been selected once. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but the Bridger-Teton National Park is the next one on their target list. They currently are undergoing study for a management plan. This is the next thing that they're gonna do too. Do you like to go there to camp, fish, hunt, ride your side-by-side, do any of the activities that we should be able to do on public lands? We have control of this parcel. It will only go up in value. I think we can adjust to that because our personal property values are going up every year. There is nothing to say that this parcel won't be worth more money next year, or the year after, or the year after that. We owe it to the citizens of Wyoming to stay in control of Wyoming land. The education that our students could get by accessing that piece of property year-round and to do any of the things that they want to without federal government thumb on them, that is priceless. That's the best education we could give them. Please vote against selling this parcel.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. To answer my colleague from Laramie County's question, not during this presidential administration, but the prior presidential administration, very popular presidential administration in the state of Wyoming, they passed something called the Great American Outdoor Act. And my understanding, Mr. President, is that there's 62 million plus available in the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And then a nonprofit is committed to raising the rest of it. That's how serious and significant it is. And I think that also asks or answers a question about why the urgency for this particular idea right now. I grew up in this area, as many of you know, and like a lot of people in that particular area, when you tell people where you grew up, they automatically assume you're rich, you're a millionaire. And I'm always quick to tell folks, no, my dad was a welder, my mom worked in a dry cleaner, and there are some real, middle-class people living in this area that get really unforgotten. So I was up there this past winter in December, cleaning out my family home after my dad died last March. And this was the topic. Every newspaper, the daily paper, there was a huge concern about just putting this out on the private market. And I understand the theoretical argument for that. We should be, following that particular part of our statute. But we also have bills that we're considering right now. What's the appropriateness of selling some of our most valuable land to foreign countries that may be hostile to the United States interest? We don't really have a control over who gets to buy these lands if we do that. So that's the concern, folks. And then once you privatize that land, then guess what? It is private. No more public access, period. So think about that option. I know it sounds attractive. I've thought about it too, but there's huge resistance up there for those concerns. It would cut off public access entirely. I'm very aware of distrust with our federal agencies. I know that in the Sweetwater area, the Rock Springs Management Plan got the memo. And I don't think anyone in here is defensive of the BLM's actions, but this is different. This is a different agency. If you drive through this area, you will be in parkland, and then there's also national forest lands that are adjacent to it, and I can tell you there's a world of difference between how these lands are managed. When you go through the park, those are America's most pristine, protected, conserved areas, and the roads are well-maintained. The second you hit National Forest Service lands, it becomes rocky. I'm just telling you this to say, I think that this is the best way. We're trying to thread the needle on a very tricky situation, but this is a way of ensuring access for future generations. And I think it says it all right here on this handout. Right now, and this is a feeling I had growing up, my family was always land rich, cash poor, always. We never had money to do anything, but we were sitting on this land. And so that's what we're doing right now, folks. This is a lot of money when when it becomes liquid and we can actually start investing in. But right now, our return on investment is $2,800 a year. We have a duty to fund education. We've been talking about it a lot. This is a time to strike. That's why it's here. It's a complicated issue. Maybe it's not a perfect solution, but Mr. President, that's why I'm going to vote against this amendment, because I think it's time that we start living up to our obligation to maximize our revenue on this particular piece of land.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the body, we are debating a budget bill. And as we heard at the outset, a budget bill is to contain only appropriations for the ordinary expenses of state government, interest on the public debt, and for the schools. And here we are deciding that we're going to sell a piece of land in a budget bill. There have been previous attempts to legislatively mandate the sale of this parcel and others. 2011, House Bill 156, 2014, Senate File 39, 2016, Senate File 88, 2017, Senate File 119, 2021, Senate File, House Bill 164. They were all presented as bills. This year, it's a budget footnote. I don't know why the change. It can, perhaps it's because a bill requires 2/3 in a budget period. And this is a way to circumvent that. I don't know. But it is absolutely not for the ordinary expenses of state government. It is in violation of the statutes that this body passed. As pointed out by the bringer of the amendment, all state lands shall be disposed of only at public auction to the highest responsible bidder after having them duly appraised by the board, and shall not be sold for less than the appraised value thereof. Every one of those bills in this footnote seeks to avoid an auction. Every one of them seeks to avoid an auction. I've seen values in one of these old bills that goes $46 million. I heard this appraisal last year at $62 million. That's the value. And now we're at $100 million. Maybe we need to keep talking. That's a big run up in value. I don't understand why when we have a fiduciary duty to our children to receive the highest and best price for these parcels, why we do everything we can to avoid an auction. The other thing about this is it's a violation of separation of powers. The legislature sets the laws and the executive executes them. That's the way it works. It's a violation of separation of powers to do something different, as we are here, where we're saying, we said sell at a public auction. Now we direct you, an executive agency, without a public auction to sell on these terms and on these conditions. That is a violation of the separation of powers. So whatever the merits of the sale of the Kelly parcel are, it does not belong in a budget bill. It should be sold at a public auction, and it should not be done in a manner that violates the separation of powers. On and for the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Kinski. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wonder what the discussion was that brought this to us to begin with in the budget bill. In the budget bill, it's presented by our Appropriations Committee. So was this the discussion that was had in the, as the bill was prepared? Because if it was, there must have been a majority of the members that said, no, there's some other say. Second thing I'd like to point to the bodies, we've had a lot of constitutional and statutory things, and I am going to confess not to be a constitutional scholar. But I can open the Constitution and turn to Article 18, Section 4. And that talks about the legislature shall enact necessary laws for the sale, disposal, leasing, care, and there is nothing in that section about public auction. There is nothing, let me repeat, there is nothing in that section about public auction. The previous section, there is something about public auction. It has to do with the State Board of Land Commissioners. The legislature, in my simple reading, does not seem to have that same prohibition or condition. So if we're going to take all this technical, one, practically, why is it in the budget bill when it came to us, if it's so egregious? And two, how does that square up with Article 18, Section 4? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for my first time on this amendment. I'll try to answer some of these questions that have been brought up. First, on the issue of taxes, I want to make sure you understand. Today, the state of Wyoming owns this property. We have not collected $1 of property tax on this property since statehood. So everyone who talks about how much we're losing by of conveying it to the federal government, so far we haven't gained a dime. So there's no net gain, no net loss there except for that 100 million. Next question on the why it's in the budget. That's a great question. I really appreciate it and appreciate all the helpful comments about that. Let's just back it up and let's just walk through the sequence of events. One of those bills that the good chair of JAC brought up, there was a bill that was brought up from the other side that talked about, and it was passed by the body and signed by the governor, to monetize and sell or disposal of high-value assets in my county. It was a targeted, specific bill. I fought it tooth and nail and lost. OSLI, are the office that handles these things over across the way in that building across the governor's name, they went to work to do what that bill said. That's what, in my feeling, lit the fuse here to push this sale. If this doesn't pass, they're going to continue right on working on it. So what happened next? Got to the Board of Land Commissioners that oversee these disposals of land. They took testimony, they took comment, they deliberated, they worked, and what did they come up with? They decided to table the issue just 2 months ago, with an eye towards looking for what? Legislative direction, Mr. Chairman, legislative direction. And here we are. So your JAC took a look at that and said, let's give them some. Starting on page 149 to the common, this is the common expenditures of government. Starts, there is appropriated to the common school account with the permanent land fund. This is where we direct proceeds. The sales, any proceeds resulting from the sale of the Kelly parcel for the purposes of public schools. I submit to you, Mr. Chairman, that that is what we're supposed to be doing. Called out in the Constitution to dispose, and called out by a law that was passed, signed, to say we are dispose, monetize, and dispose. Okay, so that's how we got here. That's how we got to the budget. That's how we moved it to a budget to an appropriation. All within the legal framework of our Constitution. No I appreciate people and they bring up what people were thinking when they did it. We could do it another way, just ask the person that did it, and I can tell you what we were trying to do was to effect a sale and then to put the proceeds in the common school ed fund, period. Now, the 100 million. The appraisal that was set, agreed to by the state of Wyoming and a potential buyer, was $62.5 million. A lot of folks commented they didn't think that was sufficient. Well, those of you who are in the land selling business, that what you do when you have a discrepancy like that is you go out and get a few appraisals, usually pick 2 or 3, and throw out the high, throw out the low, and settle on 3 in the middle and pick one, and that's how we do it. That's how we used to do it in commissioners when we had landlocked disputes and things like that. So, we took out folks, appropriations committee members, CAPFIN members, anyone who wanted to go out to the site, take a look. One member said, I think 100 million is a fair price. It was just come out of thin air. The government or any buyer, at least when you go through that appraisal process, says, well, the federal government say, this is what's the appraised price. We can't by law pay any more than that. So now it's going to fall to private philanthropy to raise the difference. The person who's going to be in charge of raising that money was standing on the property when we talked about the 100 million. I think she just about had a stroke. But she and the people that are involved in the philanthropy of this said, okay, we'll give it a shot. That's another reason why I felt the budget was a good place. This has a shelf life. Unlike that law that got passed, it's going to keep just stirring this pot up and up and up because it's law. This finishes it, but it gives you a time window of 2 years. If we don't get it done, if it's not finished in 2 years, it reverts. The budget's finished, it goes away.
Time, Senator Guru.
We'll be back to talk more.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Guru.
you.
Absolutely. Further discussion, Mr. President?
I believe this is my second time.
It is?
I'm gonna do a few more things and I'll probably move on. Just got up a few minutes ago and talked about being consistent. Last amendment was about placing restrictions on the guy downstairs. I hear this big argument about separation of powers. Oh my gosh, we can't tell him what to do downstairs. What did the last amendment to this do? It told the guy downstairs under what terms the legislature would like to see it happen. That's exactly what this does. And I'm going to reiterate, argue the same point consistently, folks. If you're going to use the Constitution, keep using it, but do it consistently. The second part, back to state laws. Any new thing we put in the statute book, which the budget is a piece of it for 2 years, supersedes whatever we passed that's in the green books. That's how we amend and change laws. So to stand up and read law that says we can't do it because we've done it, well, I can read green books from 1913 to you. It'll scare you to death. There's a lot of things we can't do. So there's one other piece to this that falls, and I strongly support it. Strongly support it. So if you want to wait, I can tell you about where I live, because I have tried to protect a piece of ground next to my place. And it's the same. We tried to get it permanently protected, and it's about to be a subdivision. And everyone in the community is upset about it, because, oh my God, it's right there where it's at. Well, let's multiply it times 100. This is now Teton County. And the end result, likely, if you wait long enough, is that's not going to be open space. It's not going to be there for grazing. It's not going to be there for hunting. It's not going to be there for the public to enjoy. It's going to be another notch out of what is some of the most iconic landscape in North America. We can literally monetize it for our children. And the other half of the use is the one that we reached out about, and we've heard this passionately here, is the public enjoyment of it. And there's a value to that that in a way offsets that monetary value. And rarely do you get a chance. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can take a big check, you can educate the kids, and you still get to have what you want. This is one of those rare occasions, and I mean, it really is rare. The last piece is, if any of you think that appreciation in Teton County is going to continue to go up the way it has, hang on and watch, because nothing goes straight up forever. And I mean, I've watched this. I live and we've looked at trying to buy land up and down, and I can assure you, you can come back and hang it back on me, but come back here a decade from now and I'll eat my hat if the value of that is kept up with the value of what we've put in the bank and doubled it up. Antelope Flats, I believe it was 40-some million dollars. We did the same thing. We heard the same outcry. Terrible, not enough money, really bad. I haven't totally ran the numbers, but I think using our state returns, Antelope Flat, what clearly did not match the value of this, is probably in the $150 million range now, if you're gonna put it back. So you really gotta look at the time value. And like I said earlier, and I talked, every 7 years it roughly doubles. If you compound your money roughly every 7 years. So you're gonna have a real hard time over a big horizon getting it back. And you're dang sure risking what we all love, which is to have that thing covered with something you don't like. This is a chance to have your cake and eat it too. Those occasions don't happen that often. This is one of them. I urge you to defeat this. Let's get this moved on with. Take care of our kids. And by the way, it may change back to our property tax and everything that gets brought up nonstop. If you want a way to alleviate it, take $100 million at our 7% return. You're talking a pretty good chunk of money that's not going to have to be paid by property taxes. That should you leave it the way it is, we still are short that money down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any further discussion? Senator Jones.
Mr. Chairman, we only have one chance to get this right. This isn't like a bill. We can't come back and amend it. It's not a fire sale, and we don't have any immediate need to dispose of this property. The federal government is slowly but slowly eliminating our enjoyment on public lands. This is a lot to think about today, and today is not the day to make a decision on this sale. We've talked about education dollars. This body can't even decide what to do with the money we have right now. I know I'm new here, but everybody has been using this budget today whichever way they wanted. The appropriations on here were agreed upon. The appropriations on here weren't agreed upon. We asked for it, we didn't ask for it. This is absolutely something we have to get right today. We don't have another chance at this. Please vote for this amendment to keep Wyoming lands in Wyoming hands.
Further testimony, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment. Senators, there are few opportunities that we are presented with in our time here in this sacred building that we get to do something so powerful and so meaningful to place our most valued resource and asset that the good senator from Sweetwater County indicated as priceless. And we all agree with that. Our lands are the most priceless things we have in this state. Our stewardship of them is unsurpassed. You are presented with a unique opportunity to conserve these lands for the next hundreds of years. The people of Wyoming have spoken. I hope you have listened this last year. They have said they want this land conserved. They do not want it sold to the highest bidder. I'm not sure if you're aware. The only people who could buy that land would be very different than who we are, and would fence out all of those who love that parcel and recreate on it, including the wildlife. I do not want to dismiss, I want to again point out to you this handout. We're so used to receiving these, but there's no other group of individuals in this state that care about our lands and wildlife that live within it. They are asking you to do this. This summer, we heard from over 9,000 Wyoming citizens saying, do not sell this land to the highest bidder. This land must be recognized as something different. Our obligations to the people we represent across the state, our obligations to the unique lands that we possess, particularly in the northeast corner, which, like the good senator from Laramie County, my family too, long history there of understanding the level of stewardship that requires generation of care. Do not let this opportunity go. $100 million, almost twice its actual appraised value. At a time when we desperately needing money, when we know our severance tax revenues are decreasing as a result of the fossil fuel industry's decline, this is the time to strike. This is the time to respond to the people of this great state, to recognize how we can preserve this asset in perpetuity in a way that we've never been presented with before. I urge your resistance to this amendment. Vote no.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, and I hope this explains, folks, the way I'm going to vote on this. I would agree with my colleagues. The normal process would be to put this up for public auction. We also have this other thing that we all value in here is a little bit of local control and local government. And so my concern is, as you put this up to auction, the county commissioners have zoning authority, and they could zone this open space. And so who is going to go buy a piece of property that you can't build on? What's that do to the property values? And so that being said, we can address that as a legislature, but keep in mind we can't write special legislation for individual counties or individual cities. So unless we're willing to go out there and say we're going to strip zoning regulations away from our counties, or at least for certain positions, you can't zone things open space, you have to maintain them this. That's a direction, Mr. President, I'm not willing to go. I am not going to come out here because of one parcel of land and tell 23 counties that you cannot zone land anymore in your county. The minute that that goes to private hands, those county commissioners have the right to rezone that under anything that they want to do. If I'm bidding on that parcel and we haven't changed those zoning regulations and we go to public auction, it's probably not going to bring squat, Mr. President, because you can take with the stroke of a county and zoning and the county commissioners and take all of that value right off of that land. I know I've got a number of you guys were county commissioners, you understand that very well. So when I look at this thing, I say, so are we going to do that to the counties? That's the process. This body can do that. And if we're willing to do that, which I'm not going to support, that's the way. If you want to put it to public auction and you want to derive the maximum value, my way of thinking, that's the only way forward, is to go out there and take that zoning requirements and that authority away from those local government entities, and I can't go there, Mr. President. So faced with the reality of that, what's our options? Well, I come to the conclusion this might be the best option. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further comments? Senator Grew for your second time.
Thanks, Mr. President. Great debate. Thank you all for your time and attention. 10,000 people this winter stood up in communities all over this state and said as one, don't make this a political football. Don't make this, the cause célèbre of political diatribe. Keep this in public hands. To my friends from Sweetwater County, I just want to say, I understand how you feel. I understand about the RMP. As I said here just the other day, when I heard the same comments that I heard today, I got on a plane I went to Washington. I talked to people. I said, hey, you got to listen to these people. You have to understand these folks are feeling real pain. I did disagree totally with the administration and what they've done and how to try to get a good solution, a good outcome. I'm still working on it every single day. That being said, to close this out, I want to talk to you about my tie. It's a very special tie to me. I wear it every once in a while. It was owned and worn by a fellow who was county commissioner at the time. 101 years ago, the National Monument was born that later became the park that we're speaking of. And at that time, every elected official, including this young commissioner, fought this decision to make it a park for the exact same reasons that we're talking about today. The exact same. He fought it. He was the ringleader, a rancher who was the ringleader of the opposition, fought it tooth and nail. Great politician. Later went on to work downstairs here on the first floor for 2 terms. There's a picture of him down there. Nice shot. I always like to go by and take a look. Then he went back east to our nation's capital and served with distinction as a United States Senator. After he retired and moved home, I went to his house one time. I was running for county commissioner myself. Went and knocked on his door. Talked to him, tried to get his vote. He said that his wife would vote for me, and he didn't know if he could. But we started talking and saying, you know, as long as I'm here, talk to me about your time. You've served you've done so many things. And he started talking about the park. And he talked about that fight and how hard he fought it and the passion he had when he fought it. And he said, you know what? It was the greatest mistake I ever made. The greatest mistake he ever made. After he passed away, his family and I have worked together on several projects. His granddaughter ran against me once. Spirited Away, she was just here yesterday. She's serves with distinction on our Board of Trustees for our school district. But after one of the battles that we were on the same side on, I told his grandson he was wearing this tie. And I said, boy, it's a great tie. He goes, yeah, this is my granddad's tie. Got it from the company where the lodging facilities are housed in the park. It was from one of the originals. After we were finished and I was sitting here and he called me out and he said, oh, my granddad wants you to have this tie. So I wear it as a symbol. Today is a great day to make this decision because it's never too late to reaffirm who we are in Wyoming and why we're here and what this is all about. Having a place to recreate, having a place that's the crown jewel of the United States in our very state is a treasure for all of us. It's a treasure for America. Mr. President, is a treasure for the world. I urge you to resist this amendment. I urge you to reaffirm America's greatest idea. Thank you, Mr. President.
Question being called. We're voting on, Senator Larson. Gee,
Yeah, I get the
was
last
thinking
word.
I skipped over you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I get the last word.
Stand on the table.
Thank you. I'm still on the amendment, for the amendment, and we need to stick to being for it, I think. This isn't the right place to do this. This should be a bill. This should be where the citizens can come and discuss it with us in a committee. This isn't right. I don't know how else to say it, but obviously I got told where it says it in the Constitution. It is allowed, I guess. Legislature can do whatever the heck they want, set a price. Our SLID board can't. They have to go out and get a bid, highest bid. That's not a bad idea either. Who says somebody private couldn't buy it for $100 million or whatever? Maybe somebody that's really, really wealthy would buy it. County can tie their hands. And we could collect some property tax on that. This, it's a good amendment. This isn't the place we should be doing this. Vote aye.
Question being called. Voting on third reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1. Yeas and nays have been called. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 45, roll call, Anderson. No. No. Baldwin. No. No. Barlow. No. No. Whitman. Aye. Boner. No. Bouchard. Aye. Brennan. Aye. Case. No. Cooper. No. Dockstetter. No. Ellis. No. French. Aye. Furphy. No. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. Aye. Ide. Aye. Jones. Aye. Kinski. Aye. Kolb. Aye. Landon. No. Larson. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. No. Pappas. No. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. Aye. President Driscoll.
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Third reading amendment number 45, 13 aye, 18 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 45 to Senate File 1 has failed to pass the Senate. Third reading amendment number 46 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk, read it in, please.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 46, section 326, page 152, line 22, delete.
Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move third reading amendment number 46 to Senate File number 1. What this does, if you go in your budget bill to 152, line 26, line 22, it kind of starts. Delete enterprise inflation and insert reserved. And then page 152, line 24, after 326, insert reserved. Page 152, lines 26 to 28, delete entirely. Pages 153, 154, delete entirely. Page 155, lines 1 through 3, delete entirely. In your bill, I'll just read a little bit here. It says on page 152, 26, for the biennium beginning July 1st, 2024, and ending June 30th, 2026, there's appropriated $33,293,115 to the state auditor to be distributed as directed by the governor, as specified in this section, to executive branch agencies, the University of Wyoming for enterprise inflation, from the funds specified in this section, and it describes them. 152, page 153, 154, 155. Now, I want to talk about the Federal Reserve for a minute, that I know nothing about. Years ago, about, maybe 2.5 years ago, whatever, when the country come out of the COVID crisis, the COVID lockdown, the inflation started to tick up. And Fed President Jerome Powell said, this is just transitory, meaning no problem. Well, the inflation started getting away from him. So the Fed started raising interest rates, 1/4 point, next month maybe 1/2 point. They were down at 0 to 1/4 point when they started. And they, over the years, the inflation got up to over 9%, 9.5%. So they really ramped it up. They got it up to, I think it's 5.25 now, maybe. Well, the inflation has started to come down. The last time they met, I think it was 3.1 to 3.5%, depending on who you listen to. Well, They left the rates the same. Everybody's hoping they'd start reducing them. Jerome Powell, the Fed president, his stated goal, mission, whatever you want to say, is 2% inflation. And they're sticking to it, come H or high water. So now they're talking May, possibly beginning to lower the rates. Now, why would they do that? Because they may feel that the interest is going to, or the inflation is going to get towards 2%. And then they're talking this fall, 3, maybe 4 rate reductions. So that tells me, the uninformed, that the inflation is going to keep dropping in their eyes. So here we are. The reason I'm doing this is our budget doesn't start till July 1st for the following 2 years, ending June 30th, 2026. We have no clue. We have no idea what the inflation is going to be. If they, it could drop down 2%, go into recession, it may drop further. So I don't see how we can predict this. And there's no mention in here of why the 33 million, or whatever the number is, why that's there. Is it based on 4% inflation? 8%? 2%? Have no idea. So hopefully you will join with me and vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Mr. President, this section, on and for the amendment, this section is perhaps the messiest section of the budget. What happened, as I recall, is that in the budget process, each agency was going to prepare their own individual estimates of on various line items as to what the impact of inflation had been, and then they received a direction. No, don't do that. We're going to submit it all in one lump sum as a letter, and that came in. Well, then appropriations said, well, we really need to see a little bit more than that. You got to give us a breakout. So then we got a breakout, and staff went through that, and there was one agency where a very small item, but it had been doubled. Well, inflation hadn't doubled. And then there were some others that, yielded that it wasn't really based on an inflation number. It was, quote, quite frankly, a negotiated sum, unquote. So that didn't quite work out. And so then the next approach, I think that came from the executive, was, well, maybe give us a lump sum and spread it out amongst the agencies, and we'll figure it out. And that's not particularly satisfying. What would be better, I think, is if we come back next year and actually get something that digs into it a little bit more deeply, and that we can understand a little bit better. This seemed an appropriate compromise at the time, and with the passage of time, it seems less and less appropriate. I support the amendment, and when we come back down here in the fall or the winter, we'll dig into it and come back with better answers for you if this passes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm not an expert in inflation, but I am an economist with a PhD, but I didn't stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, Mr. President. Sorry for the proper noun. I didn't stay at the Inn at Lander last night, I should say that. But if I would have, I think I'd feel better this morning. Mr. President, we've had a terrible bout of inflation in this country. It's still continuing. And our people are hurting. You've heard people say they're worried about the price increases of fuel, of food, of clothing, of rents, of housing, on and on and on. And I'm absolutely convinced it's due to excessive spending in the past, during the COVID crisis and perhaps a little bit before that, by both parties. Both parties. I'm not drawing any blame. And we're suffering from that. We're suffering greatly from that. The numbers in January came out, and there's been some optimism that inflation is dampening and maybe we're going to be able to finally lower those interest rates or start thinking about lowering those interest rates and make it easy. Because I'll tell you one thing, this is an election year and everybody wants those interest rates down because people are going to be happier. And if inflation were less, people would be happier. It ain't happening. January came in higher than expected, less than last year, but still higher than was expected. The Federal Reserve has shelved plans to reduce interest rates for now, and it doesn't seem to be getting any better. Now think about in your own household, Mr. President, how much inflation has bothered you. Definitely has. And if you're in debt, you have to pay a variable interest rate, it's hurt. That inflation affects government as well. It affects all our local governments, it affects schools, it affects the state of Wyoming. It's really tough. This is our best estimate. I don't know if it's my best estimate, but it's the best estimate of what we need to do to ride this out and make sure that we provide for the basic services in a responsible way and plan for those price increases that are continuing to come. It's a terrible hardship, but it is for all of us. We have to budget for it as well as anybody else. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators, this particular budget item comes from Governor's Letter number 13, that request. So, and is consistent with last year's JAC recommendation and approval of the governor's inflation letter. So it's a continuation of the approval of the governor's request for inflationary costs, despite the criticism. In looking at that, the governor recognizes that Wyoming's inflationary effects are different than the nation's. And so the governor's letter indicates, and I'm just going to summarize some key points. At the time of writing this letter last year, so this would have been 2022, the overall inflation rate for Wyoming was 10.1%. The current rate, this letter is dated January 8th of 24, is 4.6%, which is 50% higher than the national average, according to this governor's letter. And so based on the State Budget Department's analysis looking back at the past 2 years, the governor has set aside, that's his proposal, $48 million in general funds for inflationary costs related to delivering state services. $8 million of the request is one-time and the remainder is ongoing. Of note, our bill is one-time, recognizing your concern that inflation goes up and inflation goes down. Also included in this request is spending authority for $7 million of federal funds and $5 million in other funds. So again, by doing this broad kind of bludgeoning amendment, you are eliminating the ability for government to do business, but you're also eliminating the spending authority for federal funds and other funds that they have. So that's the basis. And then we had our wonderful, wanting more information about that, as the good chairman indicated, LSO and JAC worked together and they provided a memo really kind of breaking down with more specificity where those monies were being requested to go. There was needed about $4.5 million for vehicles as a result of an increase in motor pool rates. And we can get to the specifics of that, but motor pool is experiencing increased rates associated with the supplies that they need in order to maintain the state's vehicles. And I'm sure other members can recall more specifics about that. But with specificity, $4.5 million for motor pool for state vehicles, $8 million for transportation concerning vehicle depreciation and replacement due to timing. And this is part of the exception request. And so this has to do with kind of the timing and replacement of vehicles and the unanticipated inflationary costs associated with that anticipated expenditure. There's an increase in $8.2 million for real property rentals. So the state, throughout the state, leases buildings, and those rental rates are going up. And the costs associated with leasing those spaces is also going up, and that would include utility costs. That's 8.2 million. There's additional space rental, that's kind of included in that, limited to federally funded leased space, that's for 2.6 million. The category 2 of the request is $206,000 that impacts A&I, Department of Ag, ETS, and the boards and commissions, and those are kind of very specific amounts. It's $206,000 that those agencies have unique requests in. Next is 9.7 million provided for multiple agencies impacted. That would be the Department of Corrections, Wyoming Department of Health, Department of DEQ. These are related really to increased costs associated with laboratory equipment that they have within their agencies, that the supplies and costs associated with laboratory equipment has gone up. And those agencies desperately need that in order to do their jobs. There are additional requests, but that helps pay it down. Let's see here. Here's another breakdown too. So 619,000 is requested for real property repairs, 6.5 million for utilities, 1 million for in-state travel, 300,000 for out-of-state travel, 11 million for supplies and products, office supplies, printing, those types of items. Thank you. That's the source. I appreciate the opportunity to explain the very confusing budget section. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not saying there's not some inflation. I feel it. I go to the grocery store myself. But what I'm saying is, we're 4 months away from this budget that we're discussing from even beginning. 4 months from now, it starts. There's nobody in this room can predict what inflation will be, let's say, July 1st of 2025, a year from now. That's 16 months from now. Nobody can predict that. It was just stated by the good senator that the inflation was 10.1%, now it's down to 4 something. It's coming down. It's coming down fast. I say nobody can predict this. It's unknown. It's a pretty big unknown here. I just don't think that money's necessary. I would ask that everybody vote aye on this amendment.
Question being called on third reading amendment number 46 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Roll calls, third reading amendment number 46. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Dockstetter, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 46, 17 aye, 14 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 46 to Senate File 1 is passed the Senate. Folks, we're going to take a 15-minute break. It is 4:51. We'll come back at 5:05.
Mr. President, I have a very important update while we're getting ourselves gathered together. And I think this is significant news. I better get my mitt on because today the Los Angeles Dodgers beat the Padres 14-1 in like the first spring training game. Can you believe it? We're going to get out of here and there is life after the session.
That's going to be a roll call vote if we get out of here or not. I'm not sure. So a couple quick announcements, folks. The other side is finished. Yeah. So we're going to run through another chunk of bills or until it times out with Majority Floor Leader. For all you folks that have bills, the green sheet is, yes, we're back in. The green sheet is over a page long, folks, and it's all your personal bills. We will go ahead and be hearing them tomorrow and Monday, probably. So don't panic about where we're at. We're no guarantee they're all going to get heard, but we're not just killing things. That being said, we've still got, at current rate, about 8 hours of these left, and we still haven't run our second and third reading from this morning. So we're still long. We're going to take a break and go to Dickey's. We have 11 left. So it's really important we kind of hang at it unless you want to be here. We cannot stop like we did yesterday. We're going to work this out and finish, and we got to finish our business. So Senator Hicks.
President, so we're going to get through the budget tonight. We're still going to do second and third reading. As the president said, committee of whole will be all day tomorrow, plus second and third reading. We'll get as far as you guys want to go tomorrow. So what am I missing? But that's kind of the plan. Right now, we are going to break sometime just a little bit after 6 to try to get down. The AARP has got dinner downstairs for us, so we're going to work for just another 45 to 50 minutes, take another break to grab a bite to eat, come back up here, finish the budget and second, third reading. So we still got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, Senator Kolb.
Privilege of the floor.
Granted.
Mr. President, I'd like to introduce Commissioner Island Richards from Sweetwater County. He's in the audience with his lovely family. They came down here, I guess, to view the festivities, and welcome to the Senate.
Hear, hear. Third reading amendment number 47, Senate File 1. Reading clerk will please read in the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendments number 47, section 327, page 155, line 5, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Without objection, I'd like to withdraw third reading amendment number 47 from Senate File 1.
Without objection, third reading amendment number 47, Senate File 1 has been withdrawn. Third reading amendment number 48, Senate File 1. Reading clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 48, section 329, page 156, line 28, delete.
Senator French.
Mr. Chairman, I move third reading amendment number 48 to Senate File number 1. If you look at this, page 156, line 28, delete the employee compensation and insert reserve. Page 157, line 2, after section 329, insert reserve. Page 157, lines 4 through 28, delete entirely. Page 158, delete entirely. Page 159, lines 1 through 11, delete entirely. I know this is always a tricky subject for people. If you look on page 157 of the budget bill, line 4, there is appropriated $18,318,000 $750 from the general fund to the state auditor for salary adjustments of generally funded employees. And then it goes on down through and describing them, and then it ends on 159. I know this is a tough thing to talk about. Our state, up front, our state employees are terrific. I admit that, I realize that. They work their rear end off for the people of this state. I'm just very proud of them. But I'd like to read something to you. This is from the LSO. In the 2022 session, we added $64.8 million general fund monies for employee compensation for the biennium. This resulted in an average increase of approximately 8%. 1 year later, 2023 session added $48.85 million general fund monies for employee compensation, which biennialized to $97.7 million. This resulted in an average increase of 10%. Now, I do not begrudge people getting a raise, but the constituents of everybody in here, everybody's district that's footing a lot of the bill, many of them are not getting raises, or maybe a 2 or 3% raise. They're not getting 10%. So that's why I'm running this. I think our employees will survive this. So I hope you will vote aye on this.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I think maybe a little discussion about the purpose of this. And if you go to page 158, the B section, we're talking about retention. These are increases in for employees that have been here 5 years or more than 5 years of employment. And it's talking about getting them to 100% of comparable market pay for today. This doesn't actually keep up with inflation and talk about those things. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think let's not just think this is some kind of a random thing, everybody gets a raise. This is about retaining at least 5 year and plus employees who obviously become some of the most valuable employees because they have the knowledge of how to operate things in our state government. So I don't think this is, I just want to be clear about what I see as the purpose of this. And I would certainly appreciate the Appropriations Committee folks to stand up and kind of give us a understanding that this come in a letter from the chief executive, or how is this considered in their deliberations? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, the employee pay raises has been a source of considerable discussion, considerable concern, a lot of discussion. You know, do we want to do this? Do we want to do this much? Do we want to do this again? And originally, round one, let's see how that does. It helped. Round two, 10%, it helped. The governor did not put it in his budget. He sent a letter. He said, I'd like another 36 million. And that was not, JAC was not real warm to that. And after considerable discussion, put it in at 18. I still have very mixed feelings about that. I'm concerned that we may overshoot. You know, you got a problem, and so you start really pouring the coal to it, and then you find out that you overshoot. It's to the body now. It's really to the body. But 18% in two biennia is a big jump. And this is on top of it. I have mixed feelings. I just can't say that I'm 100% endorsing it to you. Welcome to the way it is in appropriations. Sometimes there's some real clear black and white answers, and sometimes just not. This is one of those. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Further discussion. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. On against the amendment. That 18% over two biennia, that's about 5% a year. Think about inflation over those 4 years. There's nothing in any way, shape, or form unreasonable about this amount, and I think there's little danger of overshooting. These are the hardworking people of Wyoming. These are the people that work on behalf of the state to ensure that services are available, that our permits get done and approved, that our water is clean, our land is preserved, our air quality is sound, our roads are operational, and they do the rest of the work on behalf of the people of the state of Wyoming. So the idea that we have to worry about, well, are we going to give them too much money? Mr. President, I don't think we're anywhere close to being in an area where we might be giving them too much money. Remember, for as long as we've been talking about this since the Hay study, before I was even in the legislature, the aspiration of the Wyoming legislature for public employees and employees of the state has been an aspiration to achieve the middle of the market. Trying to get to the 50th percentile has been the aspiration, as yet unachieved. We actually refer to it as 90th percentile of the market average, so it sounds like we're doing a great job, because 90% sounds better than 45% when you're scoring a test. And I can only imagine if the students that I have at the University of Wyoming aspired the same way, trying to achieve that 45th percentile and saying, we've done great, let's slow down, how that would turn out. So, this amendment basically says, employees of the state of Wyoming, you know, this is a year where, even though we have talked about spending $75 million on one project, a couple of $100 million elsewhere, we dismiss those as insignificant costs for some equipment that we like, we fancy the project. It's unacceptable, potentially unacceptable, and I hope it's not, to provide a modest pay increase, because this is really not significant this year relative to what is needed, because the state all of a sudden just feels like it doesn't have the money, when we've been talking about how much we should put in savings. Mr. President, to me, that's kind of a slap in the face to the public employees who really are working on our behalf. And I hope we'll resist this amendment, because they're an important part of our state, they're an important part of our communities, and it's our responsibility, to be honest with them, to reward their hard work and to take care of them, because they rely on us to do that. On and against.
Further discussion? Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, on and against the amendment, you know, we kind of categorize these public employees, and everybody has a vision of what a public employee is. But what we heard in the JEC was that we're talking about geologists, engineers, scientists that we're trying to keep here, and we're having trouble because everybody around us and the federal government is snatching them away because they pay more. Now, we all hear about the highway patrol that we can't hire and the plow drivers we can't hire, but there is one hell of a lot of other people that we're losing because we've been a little too conservative on this pay for some time. Now, it's like the chairman said, we cut this in half. We cut it from 36, what the governor said he needed, to 18 already. Now, that's going to cut quite a little bit of it out, but we shouldn't cut it all out. On and against the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize what the sponsor is trying to do here, and I see those concerns. Perception is one thing, but through my occupation, I visit with the state agencies quite often for stories and so forth, and we always run into the sidebar conversations that we're running short. One of the agencies that deals with our highways said, we got good jobs. We got professional engineering jobs, but guess what? They're going to the private sector because it pays more. We have an engineering firm in town that pays more than the state. That's where they're gonna go. I go up and down my county, it's the same thing. So I see what's trying to be done here, but I worry that we're not gonna fill those positions. Over my valley, there's a huge billboard now, picture of a trooper, it says we're accepting applications. That would have been a job that you'd fill up immediately at one time in the state. What an honor. Not so anymore. So we've got to be careful that we make sure that our state employees are backed up, supported, and taken care of because they're taking care of us. Thank you.
Further discussion? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. President, on and for the amendment. And while I have a great concern for our state employees, I also think about all the small businesses out across this state that then are competing with the wages we keep increasing for state employees, and then the private sector has to increase, and then we go up and up and down, and we're creating this dynamic. So I just think it's time we just take a pause for a little bit, see how all of this is working. And we've been giving pay increase after pay increase after pay increase, and I think we just need to take a pause, let things shake out a little bit, get through a few more things that are coming around the corner, and so I think this is a good amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. President. Your JAC did really had a real struggle with this one because of just, and the good senator from Goshen County just talked about it. We couldn't bite on the governor's original ask, or the first floor's original ask on this for the very reason she just talked about. We really wanted to see what the effects were across the enterprise of the last two wage hikes, to make sure that it was fair across the board, that we didn't go too far in one area, or it didn't get, frankly, misinterpreted or done. There was a lot of stuff about raises that were given when we were trying to retain people during COVID, and we just wanted to see how it all settled out. So we were all frankly, on the pause team until the very end. And when this language, and the good senator brought this up on page 158, section B, and it talks about what that's hitting at is what we call compression. The employees that have been here over 5 years who were kind of stuck in pay bands. And so all we were trying to do is allocate enough money so the folks the HR folks at the division that takes care of those things could take a look at those 5-year employees who are kind of been stuck in this compression and not be able to move up, or people that have been hired earlier now are getting very close to their wage, and they don't feel like they're getting the bump that they deserve, to address that and really nothing more. And then with the rest of the enterprise to take that pause. And that's where this is, and that's what this is. So on against the amendment, let the HR people work out the compression issues. We're going to take a pause on everyone else, and then we'll come back and see where we are. But that's what this represents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in banking, we had a saying, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys. Seriously, Mr. President, the agencies in the committees I work with, almost all of them are having trouble retaining employees, and as we've already said, the Highway Patrol and even the National Guard, they're having very difficult time retaining employees because they're being hired away for higher wages in other organizations. So, Mr. President, I'm against this amendment.
Mr. President, just for the record, I didn't take any offense associated with that last comment. As a public employee that works for a small district, so no offense taken.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm not slapping anybody in the face, to make that clear. I would totally respect our state employees, absolutely respect what they do. They work hard and they deserve our respect, and they have my respect. But let's talk about having a hard time. What about that family in Basin that trying to raise 3 kids? The wife's working, the husband's working maybe 2 jobs. They're not getting pay raises like this. Not even close, if any pay raise. They're having a hard time. They're footing the bill. They're helping foot the bill. You can name any town in the state that's having that same struggle. So, on and for this amendment, please vote for it.
Third reading amendment number 48, Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Whitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? Aye. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 48, 16 aye, 15 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 40. By your vote, third reading amendment number 48 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Third reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1. The clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 49, section 330, page 159, after line 11, insert.
Senator Case.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move third reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1. Mr. President, I heard you loud and clear about not taking Medicaid expansion funds from the tourism budget. So I brought this amendment back without doing that, so that this relies on overall funds of the state. But remember, Mr. President, right now there's an incentive for 8 quarters, 2 years of where it wouldn't cost the state anything. It's the exact same amendment that I offered the other day, with the exception of the funding source is different. Doesn't affect tourism. So all of you that voted against it because it affected the tourism budget, I hope you join me in supporting this. And Mr. President, it's important because tourism is one of those industries that would benefit from this. There have more people than a lot of industries. And it's not just, when I say tourism, it's restaurants, it's hotels, it's other visitor-based organizations. Another industry that would really benefit from this are the people that work in the construction industry, and the laborers in the construction industry. That's a big area where they don't have benefits. Still another, Mr. President, is in those workers in the agricultural industry. That, a lot of ag people, one of the spouses works and they get insurance that way, but on bigger places, there's a lot of hired people that don't have benefits, Mr. Chairman. And so I wanted to do some fact checking about all the things that were said the other day. So I asked our Wyoming Department of Health to at least review what happened and give me some feedback about the facts. And so it was very enlightening. So I'm going to read you some of the facts. Of the 16.5 thousand estimated uninsured adults between the ages of 18 and 64 who are under 138% of the federal poverty level, so 16.5 thousand people are under the federal poverty level at 138%. There are 12,000 of those, the majority of those, who are under 100% of the federal poverty level. And those 12,000 people cannot afford health insurance and those are under the 100% can't access the exchange. Of the 12,000, we estimate that 6,000 are employed in some capacity. So half of those people are working. There was also discussion about non-citizens enrolling in with respect to Medicaid expansion. It was the gist of it was that if we expand Medicaid, people will come here. Well, first off, we're an island. Every state around us has already expanded Medicaid, but non-citizens cannot apply for Medicaid, Mr. Chairman. I already mentioned what industries mentioned the best. Would this help rural hospitals? Indeed, yes, it would. It would help healthcare providers in rural hospitals because the money, the $22 million plus the $177 federal match, flows to local health providers, including hospitals, doctors, and clinics. There are people, our good tall senator from Natrona County talked about people that might switch from the exchange-provided health care to Medicaid expansion. Some people will. But remember, we have 12,000 people below 100% that can't even qualify. So there will be some people that will leave one benefit to the other because the benefit is richer under Medicaid. We talked about the number of people who can't get to 100% because they have too many dependents. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you imagine a worker working for $12 an hour, full-time, that's roughly $25,000 a year. So if the federal poverty level for this year, 2024, is almost $26,000 for a household with 3 dependents. So if a single earner person, which has 3 dependents, and that's not uncommon, they wouldn't qualify for the insurance under the exchange. I hope you support this, Mr. President. It's not from the tourism industry. It's a good faith effort. It's good for Wyoming. Thank you, sir.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Senator Scott.
Mr. President, on and against this amendment for all the same reasons I was on and against the similar amendment the other night. And so I'm not going to take the time to repeat those arguments. You all have heard them too many times over the years, and they still apply. I will comment on a couple of the issues. First, with regard to the people under 100% of the poverty, the question is why? If they're not working because they've got some kind of medical disability, we have a program for that. It's the SSI program. It gets you on Medicaid automatically. That takes care of those people. If they're working, they have to get up to 100% of the federal poverty level. It's a strange provision, but that's the way it is. And it does, the number that have dependents does make a difference. There is a group, and I don't know how big it is, that have too many dependents, given the number of wage earners in the household, and given the wage that they can get. That is a real problem. It's, I think, significantly less than the total number that are employed, that could be employed for long enough. There are people in there who have just decided to retire early, and that's their choice, but it does, this is the cost it does carry with it. With regard to the, how much choice people have that are in the 100 to 138%, it has been that the way you get the insurance through, that gets the subsidy so you can afford it, through the exchanges. You apply, and the federal government, if there is a Medicaid expansion, the federal government will put you on Medicaid whether you want to be on Medicaid or not, and take you off the insurance on the exchanges, and I don't think that has changed. So there isn't any choice there. The people will get switched. So I would make those points. I would urge us to once again defeat this expansion of the welfare programs.
Further discussion, Senator Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the amendment, and I won't go over all the reasons I mentioned on second reading that I think we should expand Medicaid in this state. Just to add a couple of more on top of what I said. Number one, personal to me in my district, I've spoken to so many people in my district, and frankly, my district tends to be a fairly affluent district. A lot of people don't need Medicaid in my district, but overwhelmingly, they believe we need to do this. It's good for business, it's good for our hospitals, it's good for a lot of reasons that I mentioned earlier. And number two, they're tired of paying income taxes to the federal government, and a large portion of that goes to funding the Medicaid program, yet we don't get a dollar of it. It goes to other states. Mind you, by not reducing, by not accepting it, we're not lowering the federal deficit. That money's been appropriated by Congress. We are giving it to another state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm on and against this as well. I mean, Medicaid, everybody knows, it's essentially socialized medicine. It competes with other areas of our state budget, with property tax cuts, with infrastructure. We need to work on helping the people in other ways other than this, and partnering with the federal government hasn't worked out. Going any further, just putting gasoline on a fire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on and for the amendment. And, you know, the unique circumstances right now are that not only is this not competing with tax cuts, it can actually help provide tax cuts, because for the next 2 years, due to federal provisions in recent legislation, the state of Wyoming would profit off of this. Let me be clear on that. Profit. So if we were to enact this, over the next 2 years, the state of Wyoming would net $33 million profit, which sounds like a great deal, honestly, if for no other reason. If you don't even have the slightest bit of empathy or compassion for the 20,000 Wyomingites that don't have access to affordable health care, or the 12,000 Wyomingites that have absolutely no access to health care beyond the emergency room. Just the self-interest of getting $33 million seems like a pretty good deal. And the reason for that is because the FMAP, the federal match of the non-expansion population, goes up by 5% for those 5 years. That turns out to be pretty substantial. So I'll reiterate that. Not only would this not cost Wyoming money for the next 2 years, it would bring in an additional $33 million of revenue for the people of the state of Wyoming. But Mr. President, I appreciate the thoughts of the good senator from Casper about the idea that we should be looking for ways to help these people, if not this. And I would encourage that. So if we don't pass this once again, I want to know what that is. And I've been asking it for 12 years. And nobody's been willing to answer it for those 12 years, because this is a significant part of our state. These are folks in my community, Mr. President. These are folks, for example, students. We think of all students as being, well, this is obviously a student that is under their parents' insurance, thanks to recent legislation at the federal level that ensures that these policies allow students to be a part of their parents' insurance up to the time they're 26 years old. So that must apply to every student. Every student must have parents with insurance, and they're capable of coming to the University of Wyoming based on their parents' insurance. I wish that were the case, Mr. President. I wish we lived in such a happy world where every student at the University of Wyoming was under their parents' insurance. Regrettably, that's not the case. And these are young individuals that are healthy, they do not have any disabilities, and they're students. So their income level tends to be fairly low. And they tend not to have insurance. I don't know if everybody knows this, but the University of Wyoming does not provide insurance to all students that attend. Perhaps we could look at that as a possible solution, but I can only imagine the price tag on it. It would certainly be a lot more than, well, a profit of $33 million for the next couple of years. There isn't a different, better policy solution, because 90% of the funds, even under the worst of circumstances, with this amendment come from the feds. 90%. There's nowhere else we have an opportunity to have a 9-to-1 match of federal funds. Nowhere else. And I've said this before, Mr. President, but I would take 9-to-1 match on pounding rocks out in the street if we could get that. Just because of the economic development that goes along with bringing in $9 for every dollar we spend. Let's do that. How often can we get that? Where else can we acquire it? So even if this didn't help anybody, just bringing that much money into the state of Wyoming, a couple of $100 additional million per year, is going to be useful. But Mr. President, the other thing we know is that our hospitals are begging for this because of the uncompensated care that they experience and the fact that they know there are no other solutions to that problem. Your hospitals are begging for this. Even if you vote no today, what I would ask you, ask everyone here, Mr. President, is to go talk to your hospitals and say, should we expand Medicaid? Should we expand Medicaid? Because the answer will be yes. On and for.
Further discussion. Senator Case for your second time. Whoop, Senator Scott jumped up ahead of you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to respond to just one thing. The math from some of the proponents of this is a little strange, Mr. President. $33 million profit. I will accept that we'll get 33 million more from the federal government, more in Medicaid than we would have gotten. We will expand because they're reimbursing things. $33 million more in Medicaid than we would have gotten. So I don't see a profit there. We will, a significant portion, I think majority, I don't know how many, but a lot of them that will be on Medicaid will come off the program through the exchanges, Mr. President, where the feds pay 100%. and the reimbursement to the doctors and the hospitals is higher. I've not seen an analysis on this one, whether that loss is going to exceed the gain they would get from Medicaid or the other way around. It will be, I think, relatively close, but I've not seen an analysis on it, so I don't know. Mr. President, it does come down to, do you want to expand the welfare program? Do you want to expand our dependence on the federal government? I would ask you to vote as the legislature has for the past, I think, 14 years and defeat this.
Further discussion, Senator Case.
Thank you, Mr. President. The numbers do work out, Mr. President. 12,000 people below the federal poverty level, 100%. They qualify. Half of those people are working now. There's another 6,000 people in the range, 6,500 in the range between 100% and 138%. Some of those are covered by the exchange now, but it's not one for one, Mr. President. The industries that'll benefit the most are tourism, hospitality related, including restaurants and lodging, construction, agriculture. Mr. President, these people, if you're below 100% of the poverty level, you don't have insurance now, sir. You don't. If you have a disability, that's a different animal. We're not talking about those people. So the numbers, just in your mind, Mr. President, get a handle around insuring 12,000 people that don't qualify for the exchange now. And maybe there's some crowd out with another, say half the people that are left. Say 3,000 people leave the exchange and come on to Medicaid. Still a good deal. There's a good senator from Natrona County is right. The numbers don't add up. It's actually much more robust benefit than that. Recall, we spend $22 million, at least that's what it would cost if we didn't get 8 quarters paid for, the initial 8 quarters. It's estimated we would receive $177 million. Now that's a biennial figure. In the years that we've been talking about this, if we have gone through 5 bienniums, say the numbers are roughly the same, we're getting close to talking about $1 billion that we left on the table. $1 billion that would have come into your communities and made your health care better so that you're safer and your families are safer and you have more capabilities and you have a better workforce and you have kids with mothers and dads that are healthier, that are getting helped with school. It's not a free market in healthcare. I love free markets. It is so far from being a free market in healthcare, and I know personally about that. If you don't have insurance in America and you have a chronic disease, you're in trouble, Mr. President. We can have bake sales and we can look around for charity care and all that. It's just not as good. Mr. President, I thank you for your indulgence. I thank the Senate. This doesn't come from the tourism budget. So took care of all my good friends that voted against it because of that. We could do more for healthcare in Wyoming than we've ever done. More for all those rural hospitals and those rural services. Have they talked about closing your hospital? Do something for it. Vote for this.
Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 49 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 49, Anderson? No. No. Baldwin? No. Barlow? No. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? No. Case?
Aye.
Cooper? Aye. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Landon? No. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
No.
No. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 49, 5 aye, 26 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 49 has failed to pass the Senate. Third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. Reading clerk will read the amendment.
Senate File 1, third reading amendment number 50, corrected copy, section 330, page 1, line 14, after.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, this is an ARPA amendment. It's pretty milquetoast. What it does is it just generally authorizes the executive, chief executive, to appropriate those ARPA funds as necessary. It's just kind of that catch-all protection in the event one of the bills fails, and we're not caught holding the bag of having to return those funds or not complete projects. So there's no priority listing in this amendment, and just provides that full authority to the governor to move forward. Of note, though, and I want to make sure I draw your attention to page 3, line 21 through 23, that it does say, it is the intent of the legislature that this section be given precedence and prevail over the other pending Senate file. Because there is that bill, and I know we're prohibited, but I think it's necessary as we talk about this amendment and the ARPA bill. So we have the potential, I think you've heard, between at least, I think, $50 to potentially $90 million of that ARPA funds that could still be appropriated out. And some of those are have been previously appropriated on projects that aren't able to move forward. And so they're reverting back to the chief executive for further action. So that's it. We've heard some additional information here this week about the ability to use these funds for road costs and transportation purposes. Of course, the traditional uses that have been placed on ARPA still apply. This amendment does not in any way interfere with current projects underway, and those projects would still be ongoing and doesn't stop anything on that front. So I just want to stand for any questions and give this body an opportunity to ensure there's a pathway for these funds to be allocated.
Senator Cole.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Could you please explain how this could interact or would interact if 132 did pass in its current form? What does that mean? Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kinsky and then Senator Barlow.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'm confused too, because at first I heard the bringer of the amendment say this is just a fallback in case the bill doesn't pass. But page 3 says, doesn't matter if the bill passes or not, this prevails. So I'm unsure as to what the intent is. But also I'm going to say on and against, staff has advised the budget bill is for ordinary expenses of government. The ARPD, all the bills we passed declared there being an emergency, and we had to put them in separate bills because it was deemed an emergency, the COVID crisis. And they said, so in that fact, it's not for the ordinary expenses of state government. Also, 132 does, as staff requires, pulls the original language of the bill in, de-appropriates all the monies, and then reappropriates, which this does not do. I'm going to say on and against, it looks like its actual intent is just to override 132. And I think we as a body need to take a look at 132 and consider what we've got in there for priorities that this body would like to see. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Roth.
Further discussion, Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader. So my query to whoever would like to speak to this, and certainly to the sponsor, is absent this amendment, absent whatever legislation is here or there or elsewhere, what is the disposition of any remaining funds currently, under current law? Thank you, Mr. Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Senator Barlow. Anyone want to address that directly from the appropriations? Seeing none right now, go to President Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to have a request as well. I'd like to see the memo from LSO or whatever we got to show this, because folks, when we talk about what this is a prior appropriation from other budget. This actually is budget. This is not new money. It's not writing new things in. We've passed ARPA. It's been there. We've acted on it. What this merely does is tells us how to redirect what happens to reversions. It's very disingenuous to say that this is a new one. What you're really voting on is, are we going to return a whole bunch of money back off reversions, or how are we going to handle it in that end of it? Because we have acted on this. When you go back to our supplemental and the budget before both, they both had ARPA bills in them. And we've directly addressed that, and that's what this really does. And if you look at it, it says amending and repealing prior appropriations. That's a budget bill. That's exactly what we do in the budget. So this bill is entirely in order in mind. I want to see the LSO memo if there's one out there, because I think it's maybe been misconstrued or maybe read wrong. But I just don't see it that way. And I also, on the 132, I think it's pretty clear if you read it. It's the intent of the legislature that this section be given precedence and prevail over Senate File 132 if enacted into law. It says, if this is enacted into law, 32 doesn't make it, it's there. But if 132 makes it, it clearly takes precedence. So, you know, I think this truly was set up as a clarification to make it work. But we continue down this path of, I'm not sure where it's at. If we got LSO memos, I'd like to have them handed out, laid on the desk. If not, I'd like some clarification on where it's at, because I know for myself, I can read what a prior appropriation is. That's in the title of this bill, and that's what this budget does, is deals with appropriations. General budget, once we've appropriated money, that is part of the rolling budget we do, once we've appropriated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Further discussion? I see Senator Nethercott was the movement, so let's go to Senator Kinski.
Yeah, thank you. There's not a memo from LSO. I went to staff and asked where an appropriate place for this would be, and they said because it was a declaration of emergency, it was not for the ordinary expenses of government, and they advised a separate bill. So I don't have a memo. But clearly, the last lines of it says, it is the intent of the legislature this section be given precedent and prevail over Senate File 132 if enacted into law. It just makes 132 a nullity. And 132 actually is our chance to weigh in on what our priorities are for the use of the ARPA money. And I would urge the defeat of this amendment. Thank you.
Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, thank you. So much confusion, so much mistrust. I pointed that section out to you very clearly. It's the one thing I read out loud. You can divide the amendment and strike that language. All it's intended to do is to provide direction for preference for which one would prevail in the event both pass. It's not, I'm a co-sponsor on 132. I want those ARPA dollars out the door and into the hands of the people. Don't have any doubt about that, and I've been very concerned about the inability of that to occur. 132 was published 20 minutes before bill cutoff date. And we know what happened to the other one across the hall. And I know we're not supposed to talk about that, but that's what we're doing. So options available, the governor can veto this out of the budget. 132 likely won't look like it does coming out of this body. Of course, there's conference. But what I think is the fundamental and overarching purpose here and intent, and to make sure that those ARPA dollars don't get sent back to the federal government, and that the money available potentially for road projects, the pending water projects, and the healthcare projects, and the mental health care projects, that those dollars could be used for, it would be a travesty for us to lose those. So that's all the amendment is intending to do. If you feel real nervous about that, we can divide that. And so, Mr. President, I would divide the amendment in order to dispose of any allegations of mischief. And so Division 1 is lines 1 through 20 and 24 through 27. That's Division 1. Division 2 is lines 21 through 23.
It's divisible.
There's a point of order here, I'm sure.
Just to be clear, page 1 and 2 go with, I believe, would be Division 1. Thank you,
So
Mr.
as
President.
well. Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Correct.
Senator Rothfuss.
I don't have my full paper.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. President, regrettably, I don't see how these two stand independent from one another as described.
Thank you.
I understand the intent, but M passing alone, so 21 through 23 passing alone cannot stand alone.
Correct.
And it would be nice if they were divisible, but I don't see how that's divisible.
Point of order.
Senator Case.
There is a possible solution, Mr. President. The sponsor could withdraw those lines, but we wouldn't have the opportunity to vote on them.
Is that in order? Okay.
But you wouldn't, we would, just explain, Mr. President, on the point of order, we wouldn't have the opportunity to vote on it then.
No, it's just withdrawn now.
Yeah, it'd just be withdrawn, so that's the choice.
Thank you. Senator Nethercott.
Mr. President, I withdraw. Good senators, I think you're smart enough to figure it out. I think there's plenty of opportunities to resolve it. Again, I'm a co-sponsor.
What are
on
you
one
withdrawing, please?
What's that?
What are you withdrawing, please?
I'm withdrawing Division 2. So now there's,
Lines 21 to 23, is that correct?
correct, there's no more division.
Yeah.
There's
You're
no more
withdrawing that
division.
section. That's why I just make it real clear that she's not withdrawing the bill or the amendment. She's withdrawing lines 21 to 23, correct?
Correct. There's no more division. We're back on the amendment.
Okay. Without objection.
We're back, thank you, Mr. President. We're back on amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. I'm a co-sponsor on 132. It's real important, I think, that we get these ARPA dollars out. I don't think that there's any real challenge here. Of course, the language is in there about this particular amendment taking precedent over 132. We don't know what 132 will look like at the end of the day. The governor can veto this amendment in the budget bill, and likely would if 132 is a satisfactory vehicle, but that's the risk that we all take. So, good senators, vote it up, vote it down, but those are your options.
Question being called. We're voting on third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1. Chief Clerk will call the roll. Actually, I think I can do a roll call, can't I? Or a voice vote? Ayes and nays have been called. That'll solve that.
Mike?
Ayes and nays have been called. Solves that. Thank you.
Third reading amendment number 50. Anderson?
Aye.
Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Barlow? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Aye. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. Ide? No. Jones? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Landon? Aye. Larson? No. McCune? No. Nethercott?
Aye.
Aye. Pappas? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. President Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Third reading amendment number 50, 16 aye, 15 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 50 to Senate File 1 has passed the Senate. Senator Kinsky.
Mr. President, I know the hour grows late and when we're all getting a bit tired, I do have to say, I meant to ask a question about the meaning of those three sentences that have since been excised. I did not mean an allegation of mischief. I did not mean an allegation of mistrust. And if I said anything to imply that, I apologize. Thank you.
Sir, thank you for the statement. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. President, I request that the Senate stand at ease to the sound of the gavel for a little dinner.
Okay. Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a reminder to the body, AARP and our senior citizen services directors are down in W53, 54, and they have Dickey's Barbecue. Please join them and spend a little time with them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Proper name on the floor and you can use it.
In here, let's take 30 minutes, go get something to eat, visit with the folks downstairs, but let's try to get started back here by 11:45.